Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover.
Josh can come with me.
Maybe be a nice thank you gift.
Hey,
By Everlevel Concrete Repair. No, not everlevelconcrete.com.
Did anyone ever tell Josh that
You want to stay and watch the baseball, Josh?
that guy's playing for the Ravens now?
I tried to tell him. He doesn't believe me. It's a celebratory.
It's a celebration.
He's
It's
wearing
a celebration.
his Titans Derrick Henry jersey while the Braves are playing.
It's not even a Titans. It's an Oilers.
Yeah, it's an Oilers jersey.
Yeah, I'm confused all
Edmonton.
over the place. This is the much more important game because the Titans season is toast anyway.
They play today.
They do play tonight.
But the Braves
Nick
are playing
wanted us
now.
to include this
The
game
Braves
in
are
four-quarter
playing
pickup.
right now.
You should have.
Cup and a hat.
Oh,
This is
okay,
just a
he's got a cup and a
replay.
hat. He does have a cup and a
This
hat.
is just a replay of the first 5 minutes of our show. I was just chastising Josh.
By the way, a cup and a
correct
hat
jersey.
sounds like one of those videos you're not supposed to share unless it's with a certain company.
It wasn't the way that I was going to
No,
go.
cup and a
No,
hat.
he just mentioned he has his Braves cup and a hat.
Cup and a hat.
It's always
Cup and a hat sounds like a meal from a soup place.
it's always two things: cup and a hat, guy in
Well,
a jar.
In Caddyshack, you know, when he buys the hat, hey, do you buy the hat? Do you get a bowl of soup?
Do we get a
So
bowl
he-
of soup?
it does sound like
It's
a place.
Cup and
Cup
a
and a
hat.
hat.
Cup and a hat.
Cup and a hat.
The Bushwood lunch special, a cup and a hat.
What's up, guys?
Wow, I mean, a lot. Isn't there a lot going on?
I have many thoughts
in
on
the-
many things.
In the 5 minutes before we got this going, many things happening.
Yeah, a
Many
lot of
things
things
happening.
happening.
Many things that have me very excited. Very excited.
I'm
I think
also excited.
There's some logistics.
Yeah.
There's some logistics.
My wife said, well, what would that mean?
Yep.
I said, well, I got some thoughts.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Takes.
Oh, yeah. Many takes.
Takes will
Many
be
takes.
had.
Oh, yeah. But, yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Interesting. And
Yeah.
we would definitely, well, if that were the case, we might get a repeat
Oh, yeah.
of respecting things.
Oh. Happer would say.
Because there would be a long
I
time in a
respect
place
that.
where I respect things.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And you know what else it would mean? Daddy's not marathon training at that time. No
Oh!
marathon training. No marathon
Interesting.
training.
Little drinky drink.
Not at all.
See,
Not
that's
at
not
all.
it.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Yes, John?
Jar Jar Binks on the YouTube comments
Jar Jar
section.
Binks is here?
That's what he calls Star Wars fiend now.
Yeah,
Oh, nice.
because most of his takes are kind of similar to Jar Jar Binks.
Wow.
I think John should have to eat at least a half spoonful of mayo for the first half. No, that's not how it works.
No.
I
No.
guarantee to win. Did they win?
They won.
Yes.
They did.
I didn't guarantee
Jimmy writes, lick,
it
lick,
would
lick.
look good. I didn't guarantee it wouldn't trigger me at halftime. I mean, I was legitimate. I was so triggered by watching that game.
You?
The wife, I mean, come on. That was a horrible football game.
It
in
was
the first
bad.
half.
Yeah.
I mean, horrible.
Yeah.
I was so triggered that early in the third quarter, I get a call from the wife. Her car won't start. The battery has kaput. That normally in that spot, I would have been like really irritated
Yeah.
because I know A, I'm spending money, and B, I'm leaving.
You have to leave. Yeah.
I have to. I wasn't even bothered by it.
Babe, I'll be right over.
I'll be right over. I am happy to leave this awful, terrible thing that's happening
so
on my
bad.
television.
So-
and I
It's
went
every
over.
single
And then
year we
they
do
started
this.
playing better after I
Every
left.
single year we do this. We wait, and Josh skips over seasons to get to football, and then the football sucks for 10
And then
seconds, and we
everybody
say,
does. Yeah.
football is canceled.
want the
season done.
Well, the NFL's done. We're done with the NFL.
Are
The
we?
NFL
Damn it,
rules,
your
man.
team hasn't even played yet
No,
tonight.
the NFL sucks.
I'm preemptively canceling it.
Okay.
So Paige was doing the market to market on
Yeah?
Saturday.
Oh, yeah. How'd the
And-
running go?
Great.
Good.
Their team finished in the middle of the pack out of
Oh,
600 people.
Awesome.
But in the time where I would be parked along the side of the road waiting to see her team cross, I had the game on Peacock for a little bit, and then Peacock kept buck-furring, but it was before the first half, and I'm like, you know what? I think I'm good.
They kept butt-furring?
Yes.
It
butt-furring.
sounded like butt-furring.
Yeah, I know.
Did you
It
say
kept-
butt-furring?
It kept buffering.
So what's the point of this, Nick?
I also stopped watching after the first half because I didn't want to deal with Peacock.
Why didn't you
and
just
buffering.
turn
It wasn't
the
worth it.
radio on in your car and listen to the dulcet tones of Greg Sharp?
Because-
And former coworker Damon
and
Benning.
former
Dump
coworker
that.
Damon Benning.
Yeah, we don't say his name anymore.
We had it on the radio for a little bit, but I would have rather watched it. But then I saw how the game was going, and then I was just good. I got to halftime. I'm like, I'm fine. And then I checked the score later, and I don't
You
know what
saw
happened.
no points scored.
I saw no points scored.
You probably loved it, Iowa boy.
God.
You're like, this is where I thrive.
Iowa scores in the first half now. They throw the ball. Did you hear?
How you feel about them playing Ohio State this week? What's the line on that? I haven't even seen
21.5.
21, baby. 2-1.
I'm gonna have
Is that
to.
surprising to you?
I don't. It's just so many points, but it shouldn't.
Yeah. Are they going to score?
I'm gonna
Is
have to.
Ohio State going to score?
They did beat Ohio State. Beat them a couple. See, if the game would have been in Iowa City, I might be singing a different tune.
Yeah.
But they played them in
they
Columbus.
famously
I'm
beat the crap
thinking-
out of them there a few years ago.
I think
As I'm
two-
cooking up scores in my head, I'm thinking for that game, 42-10.
Nice.
How's that sound?
You think that much?
So 2 years ago.
I don't think it'll be that
So
bad.
2 years ago, they played that. Okay, I'm happy that I remember this. They played them in Columbus. Do you want
it was really bad.
Do you want to guess the margin of victory, John? That they 2 years ago, this was the Iowa team that ultimately went 8-5. That Nebraska kept out of the conference championship game because they beat them.
Isn't it like-
38-0? Or
Yeah, I want to say like 40-3 or something.
54-10. Wow. They dominated. Now, if I remember right, a lot of those points were in the second half as I go to the
but that's
box
the thing.
score.
Like
But wasn't there a certain
mind.
quarterback named Stroud who was playing for the Buckeyes?
you're just holding up the dam from breaking, and it just breaks after a certain point.
Sure.
And that's Iowa football. They can hold it up against worse teams,
Mhm.
not against those
See,
guys.
the thing about now, I guess technically we can count Michigan State, but Ohio State hasn't seen a lot of resistance. I'm not trying to sell Iowa as a winning.
I'm excited to see the game versus Iowa and then the obviously the Oregon game. I think we're going to learn a lot about the Buckeyes. I think they're going to answer the question very, very well, though.
Yeah,
probably.
Very, very well.
I need to
At the
figure
same
out.
time, I don't like their quarterback.
I need to figure out how I'm going to watch these games because Iowa and Nebraska are going to be happening at the same time, and I'm going to be in Cedar Rapids for a wedding on
Iowa.
Saturday.
Oh, on Saturday.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't
Well,
know.
pick the one you
Sorry.
pick the one you want to see the most.
Yeah, Nick.
Well, I want to see Iowa the most, but I
Well, there you
work
go.
at this station, so I have to watch these games.
I'm so proud of you, Nick.
Oh, wait a minute.
Remember his first season when he was like, I don't want to watch them. Why do I have to watch them? And now he's saying it's my duty as a worker of 1620.
I still don't want to watch them, but I have been.
Yeah.
Do you have to watch them?
You actually don't.
You don't. If you don't want to, I'm giving you permission.
Hmm.
If
Wow.
not that you need my permission, but I'm giving you permission.
It'd be nice if you did.
Go
but
with
you
your
really
heart.
don't have to.
I think you should watch it, Nick.
I
That's a
like
good
I
idea.
like contributing. That's why I started watching.
There
them
you
more.
go.
That's why
The
I started watching
contribution
more
boy.
college
I
football.
appreciate that from Nick.
I like my job.
Unsportsmanlike conduct contributor.
Yeah. Oh, put that on his
Takes.
Chiron. Yeah.
Director of contribution.
I
Jimmy
mean,
writes,
what's wrong with you watching the Iowa? Then you can contribute about the Iowa game that we won't see because it's on at the
Yeah.
same time as the Nebraska.
Contribute.
I'll see some of it, just not all of it. I'm doing the show with you on Saturday. Holy crap.
I can't wait to
We're
do a
finally
show
coming
with
together.
Josh Peterson.
Oh, wait, is that Big Ten Network? Yes, I'd love to. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah, good luck doing that show by yourself. by the
Brief
way.
history of shows that Josh Peterson and I have done together. Many hours of shows at a pool in Las Vegas.
We did do that one time.
And then one College World Series show this year. Maybe
We only
two.
did one.
Maybe two.
Okay.
And that was it.
We did College World Series the year before as well. A couple of them.
College World Series
But
show,
that's it.
period.
We've never talked Husker football together.
never.
Yeah.
We have a chance to do it every single day right here.
I know, but
On the
We always talk
crossover?
about
Crossover.
poop and porta potties and stuff.
Yeah, the
John.
important things.
Yeah.
Mayonnaise.
Be a hell of a lot better than watching that game than first half. That's for damn sure.
I was thinking in the first half, much to John's lying, I was not rooting for Purdue. I was not rooting for Purdue.
I was
Don't
not
put it in
lying.
the
You
newspaper
were rooting for
that
Purdue.
I was rooting for
I
Purdue.
was rooting for John to eat mayo. I wasn't rooting for
But-
Which means you're rooting for Purdue.
John,
'Cause
I'm
I
the
was-
director of video. That would have been great content.
I was
so
thinking,
you were rooting for Purdue.
I was thinking of this week of shows as they fell behind 3-0. And I was thinking, wow, it's going to be hell. And the one silver lining will be John gulping down mayonnaise.
See?
Gulp, gulp,
You
gulp.
guys were rooting for Purdue.
No.
And yet, what happened?
They didn't-
Nebraska won.
they whooped
I
ass.
guaranteed it.
No,
You did. Good
There's
job.
nothing I would have liked more today that would have cheered me up more than watching John eat mayo after the weekend I've had.
Because you were rooting for Purdue, you scumbag. You know what? I don't want you watching the Nebraska game.
Nice.
I don't want you near Nebraska football.
Canceled.
I think this is the reason why they struggled in the first half was because you were rooting against them. You go watch your pathetic little Hawkeyes. You go watch your little Hawkeyes. You stay away from
Your
Nebraska.
tiny baby Hawkeye.
I speak for 1.8 million walk-ons.
Nice.
You stay away from the Huskers.
Stay away from the Huskers.
Nice.
All this, Nick, for the bit? And you want to see John go through that
The
massive,
torture.
immense pain of eating mayonnaise?
You want to watch me
Gulp.
drop dead because I had to eat that slime?
Lick, lick, lick.
You
The-
son of a...
I'm just imagining the views I would get on that, though. It would be great. We would get views, John. Don't you
Just
care
put
about
up a
views?
video simple
hey.
saying Nebraska is bad, and it'll get like 20,000.
You know what else would get
It's at
views?
9.1 right now.
You know what else would get views? I would send Josh out with a camera while you dart in and out of traffic on Dodge Street.
Oh.
That would get views.
Let's strap a GoPro on him. Let's do Frogger.
Do another
No,
video.
I was talking about you in the traffic. Josh
Oh.
is shooting it. He's shooting the camera.
Do another video that says something about Caitlin Clark. Views.
That's true.
We don't talk
Hey,
about Caitlin
she
Clark
lost her
on here.
playoff game. Too bad. Goodbye.
We don't talk about Caitlin Clark anymore.
John just talked about her for 5
Yep.
seconds. Put that one
Put
up.
that video.
John Bishop roasts Caitlin Clark.
In the words of Ken Hawk Harrelson, grab some pine.
By the way,
She gone.
Nick,
She gone.
I want to give Nick props, shout out, and some high fives for his Tim Brando thumbnail because it looks like how Tim Brando would write it and create the graphic.
Uh-huh.
First of all, it also looks like he died.
Oh.
Like with the little shading he has, it's like
Oh my
may
God, he's
Tim
dead?
may Tim rest in peace.
He died?
Doesn't that look like something happened that you would get at a funeral for Tim Brando? R.I.P.
Wow. I
The
didn't know
font.
he was. I didn't know he was sick.
It's the font.
It's a celebration of life.
It's a celebration.
Celebration of life for
Of life.
Tim Brando.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, this is going to be news.
Uh-huh.
It's terrible.
Nick, you're doing a good job with the thumbnails.
Thank you.
I
I'm
think
proud
there's
of my
some good thumbnails in here.
Nick asks me every single morning, Happer, do you like my thumbnail?
It's become my new favorite bit.
You know, I haven't seen any of those thumbnails.
Oh, you should go to the videos page.
Look at my
You just scroll
thumbnails,
through.
John.
You'll see some thumbnails that are really good, and then you'll see others.
the
there
others
too.
that are just like grossly over outlined.
Well, every time I just say, Nick, outline it more. Whenever I don't like it
Like-
that much, I just say outline
that?
it
okay,
more.
scroll to the. There's the one of right there, Bielema.
Bielema,
mean,
it's
if
shading.
there's-
It's not outline. It's shading.
Oh, it looked like. Well, I mean,
That's
if there's
shading,
anyone,
John.
If there's anyone that doesn't need any more accentuation to him, I mean, he's cast
Again,
pretty
it's a
large.
contrast thing. I do it for the contrast
How about-
so he doesn't blend into the
How
background.
about the Jack Mitchell one where it's Mario, but also the thumb and the finger bit? Is up
and then
there.
Glass Joe is in there.
Yeah, wow. There's a lot going on that one.
Mm.
Yeah.
Which is better, those or my overreaction collages?
I love those. So
I-
I get
those
to,
collages are
I get to
great.
be a part of.
You'll
one of
be in
these.
one this
Oh,
week,
man,
yeah.
This rocks. Let's go.
What? Oh,
John hasn't seen my overreaction.
no, I
collages.
haven't.
It's not in the For You tab.
It's true.
By the way, Severe just points out that the betting line has gone up to Nebraska minus 7.5 in the last 30 minutes. What does Vegas know?
I know another game that went up too.
Happer was talking about it earlier. All of the responses that I was getting in my "Hey, guess the line" and the
So funny.
absolute moron babies that were like Rutgers -4. No, do you watch football? I swear to God,
Rutgers -4.
I had multiple people who were guessing Rutgers minus something, and I'm like, you don't understand.
We have no ability to view anything by the grand scheme of things.
No.
By the large scope. It's just like whatever Nebraska is at this
So
exact
true.
second will be copied and pasted over the entire season. And then it changes second by
Yes.
second. They're either going to win the national championship or lose every game.
Yeah, for sure.
They'll never be able to kick a field. Well, that might be true.
Actually, yes. Don't
That might be true.
don't stop from saying that. I think
Yeah.
we can very comfortably say they will not make field goals, or even snap the field goals
Let's set a line.
for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is going on the list. Get the odds.
What are we setting the line on?
Field goals.
How many field goals Nebraska will convert for the remainder of the season?
Got a reminder there, John.
Oh, look, it says Happy Lupus
Well,
Day.
yes,
Oh!
we did. It's Lupus Day.
Oh, wow.
And tomorrow's Jimmy Carter's 100th birthday.
He did it.
Almost.
Nick.
You know
If
who else?
you jinx
You know who?
this-
Hold on. Okay, first of all, I mean, if it
Well, I want him to get to 100. What's her name? Didn't get to 100 either.
well,
Betty
exactly,
White.
because
Right.
everyone was like, "Oh man, Betty White's 100." Remember, People Magazine did this
That's
big
what Nick
cover,
just
and
did.
then she
Yeah.
kicked over.
Nick,
a
that's
week
your new
ahead of time.
thumbnail. Jimmy Carter's 100. I guarantee it.
I hope I didn't just
Okay.
scoop Jimmy
We got
Carter.
three things. We got one.
Wow.
First things first.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's set the line. How many field goals will Nebraska make the rest of the season?
Okay. John.
Where should we set the number?
Well, I feel like we should just make a pick. No over-under. Make your
We
call.
each make a pick.
Yep. And I'll put this
You
on
want to
the...
grab a marker and just put it right next to
All right,
our
Josh has got
other,
the list
our
up.
other picks.
I was going to put it on the list,
Secret
John.
Well, I'd like to have it up
Secret
on the board,
list is
too.
still in play.
I want to be on the list.
Why not? We'll put it in both
Okay.
places.
All right.
I just want
I'll
to
get the marker out. Here we go.
Okay. Okay.
I'm going to go with. Well, I think.
So they have
Why do I
7 games
keep-
left.
why do I
And then,
keep
wait, real
s-
quick. Regular season? This is regular
Regular season. Regular season. Why do I keep messing up his name? I can remember John Hull's name, Alvano.
Yeah.
At some point, he's coming back, right?
Folks. Probably.
I'm going to go.
Don't have a snapper, John.
What in the world kind of words and letters are those, Happer? Are you a doctor?
From 9:30 on.
FG. That looks like a
FG.
That doesn't look like
It's
a G.
an expo marker.
You know what it looks like? It looks like.
Shut up!
Remember? Did you ever see the movie about Mozart? Amadeus.
Yeah.
It's like him. It's like him
Amadeus.
writing musical notes.
What it
Is
is,
that better, Josh? Look,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
what
It's
it looks like
mildly
to me
better.
is when you type AI and you ask it to include something with words in it, and then
Yeah,
AI
good
doesn't know
point.
words.
I'm going to say.
I'm going to tweet this from No Context 1620.
Stop it.
Nice.
I'm going to roll the dice here. 5.
5.
Wow, 5.
These are
This
5
season
made
is nearly
field.
halfway complete.
I understand that,
Now,
but
is
I'm
this regular season or regular
regular
season?
season.
Postseason?
Regular season, just regular season. So it ends with Black Friday. I'm going to go 5. I think Alvano will be back, and they'll have to kick at least a couple.
3.
Nick,
Do I split the difference there?
Mm.
4?
well,
Or
Nick,
do I have
Nick gets to pick too.
Nick does get to pick.
Yeah,
you
he
can
watches
pick the
them
same
now.
number. I mean, it's not
But-
like
No, I know.
But
you
Nick
can
is
pick
a,
the same number.
Nick is a Husker hater, so
That's
he's going to
true.
say either 0 or 1.
Nice. Good
I
point,
actually
Happer.
think there might be a couple games where they have multiple ones. Give me 7.
Whoa! Homer alert! Homer alert!
I don't think it's going to be one every game, but I think there might be a couple where they.
Okay,
All right.
Connor, the world is your oyster.
All right, give me 1 field goal the rest of the year.
Whoa! I have to delete
One,
that.
one field goal.
One?
Wow.
No.
John, who will snap? Who will snap?
I'm sure right now, Nebraska's Guy Fieri, in search of the next great food item on campus, is probably walking through the food court right now. They still have a food court there at the Union, right?
Yeah, they changed all the
There's a
restaurants.
Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, they
Sbarro's
changed the
not there
restaurant.
anymore.
They-
R.I.P.
that
Imperial
guy,
Palace still there?
that Nebraska Guy Fieri is walking through there right now, and while he's munching on the best chicken sandwich he's ever
Or the
had,
leg, like the Raiders.
and taking a picture of it and posting it on Twitter, that he's probably scouting. Oh, you kind of look like a long snapper. Would you like to come and practice some long snapping with us?
One can only hope, John, but they haven't found that person
Brian
yet.
says 10.
10
Mike
more
says
field goals?
Mike says
10?
2. Steven says 8.
Okay, how many have they made to this point? 1?
Dave Fight has just sent me a screenshot of his column. Through 5 games, the Huskers have made 4 field goals.
Okay.
Only one was longer than 21 yards.
So I have a general question.
Okay.
Why don't they let Buschini kick
Nick,
the field
no,
goal?
no,
my group chat was saying the same thing on Saturday.
He already kicks the ball.
Whoa,
He's
hold on.
accurate.
It's not
think
a
it's a
kicking
kicker
problem.
thing.
No, it's not.
It's a snapping
Oh,
thing.
It's an
a
everything
snapping
problem. But
Are we going to let Buschini snap and hold?
He's not snapping.
He's the holder.
But
Just let
No,
somebody else
yeah.
hold it.
But have him snap it and hold it.
Can he? What
There
is
we
it?
go.
What if they did the drop kick? Bring back the drop kick.
That's what I was thinking about on Saturday. Is bring back the drop kick.
Yeah, it's allowed. It's legal. Is that legal? I would make it legal.
You know,
It's a Star Wars
who
reference,
didn't
yes.
get his COVID year?
Look at Schwelly standing O.
He deserves it, man.
Who?
Great job.
Oh,
You know
I
who
thought it
didn't
said
get his COVID
stinker
year?
on his jersey.
Doug Flutie.
Flutie.
Oh, bring him back.
Bring
He
back
can do it.
Doug
Flutie. He did it
and
for the
can dro-
Patriots
and
at one
he can
time.
drop kick for Nebraska.
And yeah, because once you get paid, you're still allowed to play college sports. People forget about the new
That's
rules of
true.
college
That's
sports.
Shout out Fedor Zukic.
There you go.
Maybe.
All right, so we did that.
Spencer Schwellenbach always had that nice. I don't remember him
Lettuce?
having the lettuce in the back like that. That intense.
Odson,
Pretty
stop
good, though.
disseminating in the chat, please.
He's disseminating.
He's
All right,
disseminating.
so
One more field goal for our boys.
it's going to be more than
One
that.
more field goal, John.
It's going
Why-
to be more than
I
that.
just feel like somebody had to have a take, and
that's
I've
fine.
decided that's my
I
take.
thought I had the aggressive take by saying 5, and then Nick came in and said no. 7.
7. Why? So it's a snapping issue and a holding issue and a kicking issue.
Well,
but
and it
surely the
starts with
kicking.
the-
It starts with the snapping. If the snapping were better, I think the other things would be improved.
Now everyone is so far in their own heads. Everyone is.
Correct.
The head boys.
No.
Yeah. Because
Normally
rule
that's
set
a good
today is
thing.
like, oh, well, they could do it in practice. And the snaps are disastrous during the games. I don't like that situation.
Yeah,
I don't
they
think
are-
it. I don't
they are
think there's
pretty
really
bad.
any buttons that you could press to fix
They
it.
are pretty
No.
bad.
All right, Lupus.
Lupus.
Yes, happy Lupus Day.
Do we have the drop, Nick?
Oh, we have it.
This-
Give it to me.
He's tough as nails. So I got so much respect for him and what he's been through and what he goes through. I've heard some of the rumors, and if anybody knows about rumors around here, it's probably me. Ridiculous rumors.
Sure.
He probably has lupus and leprosy and smallpox and all these other things. He's fine. He's going to play. He's a heck of a player and really tough guy.
Great joke, Scott.
It's amazing how long we've come in 3 years.
This would have been the Monday after the Michigan State game where he broke his jaw. Yes,
Correct.
No, I believe that was Thursday. That was a post-practice.
Yes, this was a Thursday. This was the Thursday before the Northwestern game.
Yeah,
in which they actually won big.
Yeah,
and he broke his jaw.
He was playing with a wired jaw.
Yeah, so
that is correct.
And playing with metal in his mouth.
If you notice in the middle, and John and I discussed this the week of, mainly because we knew that something was going on with Adrian. I think he did that whole thing just so we could bring up rumors about himself.
Yes.
Because that was definitely peak Scott Frost rumor year. Everything changed. Remember, that was the year of the shirt. The guy who wore the shirt.
Well,
yeah.
What was
the
shirt? It's a good shirt.
What was Was this the same year where the definitely not staged in any way walk off the field with the Mrs. Frost?
That was the next year.
That was the next year. Are you sure?
Are you sure?
I thought that was 2022. I thought
he got fired that year.
I thought that was.
He still got 3 games.
I thought that was the win over. You know what? Maybe it was 2021. Maybe it would have been. It was either Fordham or Buffalo.
Because it was at the end. Well, I remember it being cold. Wasn't it cold when he had his wife with him, or was it?
Was it?
I don't. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of that Michigan State game in the snow when he was like crying and he had the football in his hand.
Yeah.
There's many pictures of many times.
Right. So I searched.
Here we go.
Was it the Fordham
watch
game?
Scott Frost wife share moment after today's win. It was after the Fordham win.
Okay.
So it was.
So that wasn't 21.
It was. Yes.
Yeah. It was like
a
month. It was a month before this.
Yeah.
Dear God.
So yeah, that whole year was.
Oh, and everybody was paying attention whether he was wearing his wedding ring.
Yes.
Because he suddenly wasn't wearing it anymore.
Yeah.
But I mean, the fact that he inserted himself in the middle, saying, "If there's anyone around here who knows about rumors, it's poor on me."
Great point.
That was the year everything peaked.
That was the first time he acknowledged rumors, wasn't it? Wasn't that also? I remember that got the Theos really excited.
Oh, did they? The Theos.
The Theos of the world.
Yeah, I don't remember if it was the first time. I mean, he always was acknowledging all sorts of random crap from his playing days. I'm surprised he didn't mention the Central Florida game. Don't forget when I got benched that one time.
Yeah.
And then you were on the field before the Northwestern game.
Oh yeah.
And didn't you point out to young Parker?
Well, I said,
mouth.
Parker, come over here. Have you seen this? Look at
Have you seen this? Have you heard about
this? Look at
this?
our boy Adrian Martinez. His mouth is wired shut because he would open his mouth to speak to his teammates, and you could see that he has rubber bands.
Yeah.
Holding his mouth.
Rubber
together.
band man. Rubber band man.
What's going on there?
Yeah.
He couldn't talk.
Yeah. He was
then
drinking his meals.
Yeah. Very cool.
Yep.
Very normal.
And now he's on the Jets.
Happy Lupus Day.
Happy Lupus Day.
This
What a
is
day.
quite the day.
Yeah.
3 years since then, and 10 years since the American League wildcard game of 2014.
Anything happened that day?
It was a great day. It was a great day and a great night. And tomorrow is Jimmy Carter's 100th birthday.
And we
listen.
Yeah, that's true. It's always going to be his birthday, no matter what.
It'll be his birthday.
That's true. Good point. Excellent point.
Mm-hmm.
Nick guaranteed it.
I said that.
He's making it.
I said that.
Mm-hmm.
So
how long has it been since the Mrs. Carter passed?
Oh, you'd have to answer that question.
Not that long, right?
Yeah, because they were
It had
both.
to have been a couple of years, I think.
I don't even know if it's that long
I think
ago.
it's maybe less than 2 years.
The reason I ask is I've seen it happen a lot, especially with couples that have been married a super long
She
time.
died less than a year ago.
Right.
November 19th.
Like my grandparents. They were married forever, and they both passed within a year of each
The
other.
Leppincotts?
You do see it.
R.I.P. to the
See it from time
Leppincotts.
to time.
Well, it's like Bear Bryant. He died after he quit coaching. He was married to the job.
He
some
was
would say.
married
Joe
to
Pa.
the job.
Joe Pa. Oh, Joe Pa died fast. Whew, sheesh.
Well, that's because old Beelzebub said it's time.
Who did?
Beelzebub.
Beelzebub. He's saying he died because of karma.
Oh, I just don't know. Beelzebub?
That's another name for old Scratch.
The devil?
The devil.
Beelzebub?
Beelzebub.
Yeah, Beelzebub.
It's referenced in the song Bohemian Rhapsody.
Oh, I don't know that. I call him Lucifer.
No, him
That
too.
was his angelic name.
Beelzebub has a Devil set aside for me.
I never realized that was the name for the devil.
No, he's known in demonology as one of the 7 deadly demons or 7 princes of hell. So I don't think he's Lucifer. I think he's
above.
One of Lucifer's guys.
Yeah, he's one of his
henchmen.
managers.
Don't look now, but the Mets are back within
They took
a run.
Schwellenbach
They took
out.
Schwellenbach
Crap.
out, and now it's 3-2.
Beelzebub
Hello.
represents gluttony and envy.
There you go.
Okay.
Seven.
I don't think
Great
Joe
movie.
Pa had any of that.
Oh, he can fly. They call him Lord of the Flies.
Wow, that's cool, Nick. You sound really excited.
You guys were referencing recently on the show. I can't remember what you were talking about, but the sketch where Garth Brooks is the devil.
Yes.
On Saturday Night Live.
Yes.
So
Back when
That-
Saturday Night Live
I'm
was funny.
so glad you guys enjoy that as much as I do. That is one of my favorites of all time.
The guitar was out of tune.
It was out of tune.
I need to watch it again.
I know, me too.
I haven't.
So
I don't think
good.
I've seen
Nick,
it.
you need to watch it. It's now you probably
Mondays, how I hate Mondays. They make me so steep. Weekends, bug up on the weekend.
yeah. It's so funny. It's Nick. It is so funny.
He just makes horrible songs.
It's just like when we
Also, the devil
okay,
mask is
the
hilarious.
devil
so
mask is
funny.
really good, and when we occasionally remember the when Dana Carvey's playing Tom Brokaw and they're having to record because he wants to take vacation.
We
So
have
he
watched
has-
that during
Yeah.
commercial
We-
breaks many
we have.
times.
And he has to come up with all these scenarios in case Gerald Ford
Gerald Ford died today.
Former President Gerald Ford was eaten by a bear today. They had to come up with all these different.
That was funny.
Did anybody watch SNL? Its debut of season 50. this
Spoiler alert
weekend?
for content later on today.
I've seen clips from it.
Okay, so I watched the whole monologue.
I saw the monologue and the thing before
and
the monologue.
And the thing before the monologue and the thing after the monologue, because that's my testing ground for if the episode is good.
You watched
tonight.
the first sketch after the monologue.
the
is what
first
you-
sketch after the monologue.
Okay,
as
what was
well.
that?
It
Was
was
Bad.
bad.
Yeah,
all
uh-oh.
of it.
Do you ever watch
All
Weekend
of it.
Update? Because Weekend Update is usually consistently strong.
I never
actually-
make it to it.
Actually, well, here's what I did. I fast forwarded because I was watching.
Wait, you still record it?
Well, no, on the DVR.
No, I know, but you still
Yeah,
do
No.
DVR.
Peacock.
But if on Allo, you don't have to record a show. There is still
It just exists in the
yeah,
ether.
like
Oh, that's fun.
you can go back and like you're switching channels. Like let's say if I'm switching between games and something exciting happened in a game that I wasn't on, I can hit
Because
the
you had
rewind
been
button.
on NBC for earlier for the Illinois Penn
No,
State game.
no,
It just lets
no.
you do
This
That's
is just
cool.
well, how do they call? I don't. There's a.
I don't know
on
what they call
YouTube
it.
TV, they have like a.
But
you
it's
can
like
add
a, it's like
show
a
to
on,
your
it's an
library,
ongoing
and that's
rewind.
basically just DVR.
That's available on most channels.
Interesting.
Whatever. Anyway, what happened with Update?
It was I mean they as usual, they like to tell jokes to make the other guy uncomfortable.
Yeah, they did.
And they did a
that
couple
again?
of those. No, it
They
wasn't
do that every episode now.
well
Wait, other guy uncomfortable like Michael Che?
Michael Che.
Yeah,
and
you know-
Colin
you know-
That's
Jost.
usually an end of the season thing, isn't it?
no, it was
I don't know what's happening right now.
anyway. They were
Basically-
trying to push the envelope with some of their jokes and it was okay.
Michael Che makes Colin Jost say racist things.
Right.
Oh, that's fun.
It is. It's
Yeah.
very funny.
And then Colin Jost tries, but he can't. Michael Che's really good at it.
Yeah.
And he just can't make Michael Che uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So I fast forward and in the now it got dumb later and then I shut it off.
So forgive me here. Who is the host? Who?
You don't know who Gene Smart is?
James?
Gene.
What?
Wow.
Wasn't she on
What does
one of
she
them
do?
80s sitcoms?
I don't know, John. You're of the 80s.
She
You
looked
tell me.
vaguely familiar to me. But
She's on this show on HBO Max called Hacks.
The Mets
hello,
have tied
Yikes.
Grimace.
game.
It's Grimace time.
You don't know who she is. Interesting.
absolutely
She's on
do
this
not.
show called Hacks.
All I know is I saw
find
her
it hilarious.
monologue.
I
and
also
I've
don't
she
never
know
heard
her.
of this.
was
It's on Max.
incredibly not funny at all. She didn't even try to be funny in her monologue.
I thought she was fine in the monologue.
Well, that's
she
the
didn't sing
problem.
about how she likes New York.
Monologue.
I mean,
I happen to like New York.
But she was ripping on New York. That was the bit, Happer.
Not really. She could have said a lot worse things
Well,
about New
sure.
York.
but
She's not
that's
funny.
one of the issues you have with a monologue with someone who's not used to doing a monologue.
Totally. I don't know
Because
who she was.
you're totally leaving it up to the writers,
So-
to come up with stuff that's funny. So it's really kind of a tough spot for them to be in.
New York Happer wanted to hear bad things about New York.
I just wanted something to be funny.
If you order a
I don't care
cheese
what they
pizza,
would've said.
you're an
Yeah,
idiot.
It wasn't funny.
I don't care what she would have said. I just wanted something to be funny.
The rats are the size of cocker spaniels. Am I right?
By the way, a lot of people want to see what Odson is doing right now. We should have had.
Should we go to the studio cam?
Yeah, we should
Odson,
have.
I don't have it plugged
He
in
didn't
right
have
now.
his. He didn't have his computer.
You need to start
on.
leaving that in there. That
Do you
would
want
be
me to go
good.
turn it on quick?
Well,
I can do
he's
that.
there. He's in the office, isn't he? He's
We actually
commenting.
should. We actually should.
It would have been really good
Just
watching
have
him.
the mic mute
Oh, the
And
Josh
just
cam.
watch.
and just watch
Can we do
his
that?
reaction.
It would have
Josh,
been nice.
turn your camera on.
Turn Nick's camera on.
Yeah, it
Let's
has to
see
be
you
my
from
camera.
behind.
Get
So
into the
camera.
StreamYard.
I believe Spencer allowed the first base runner on here in the
That's
eighth,
right.
and then they pulled him with nobody out. They have now scored 3 runs. There are still
They
nobody out
Yikes.
against the Braves
This
bullpen.
has not been
There's
good.
nobody out. Oh
There's
God.
nobody out,
Oh man.
That's a sack fly.
Look
and
at
this is going to give the Mets the lead.
4-3. Michael Harris is going to try and throw him out, and
What-
he will be late.
Wonder what the
Cut
live
off.
odds were when they were down
It-
3.
the win
Well, the
probability
win
was up
probability
there.
was like
It was like-
5%.
Yeah.
It was like 95-5.
Wow, you could have bet some good money
And
won
now
some
it is
really good money.
And now the Mets, it's like Mets 73%.
Yikes.
It's the only time that graphic actually is
Game
fun
2
to
tonight going to be a pressure cooker for somebody.
Is he going home yet? When's he going home? He should go home.
We got to get Josh out.
Well,
of
but
here.
here's the thing:
Go watch the
whoever
ball.
wins this first game, they don't need to win the second.
But they have
That's
a chance
correct.
to do the funniest thing possible.
But they have to. The team who loses has to win the
Right.
second.
But so that's what I'm saying. I'm almost
But
wondering.
it is baseball. It's a really hard
So,
sport to purposely lose.
What's the scenario?
I don't know. Ask the 1919 Black Sox.
People forget about the Black
It was
Sox.
very easy for them to lose.
What's the scenario if the Mets win this and the Braves win the second game? What happens?
They're both
then?
in.
They're
Well,
both
they're
just
both
both
in.
in. Okay.
If one team sweeps, then the Diamondbacks get in, and the team that sweeps
Team,
gets
the
in.
Mike
and the team
Ferrens
that
get
loses
in.
is out.
So
Oh.
the only way the Diamondbacks get in is if the winner of this game wins the second.
You know what? Screw the Diamondbacks. Take them out.
All caps Josh writes, get the logs done and I'm out of here.
I want to see.
Let him go. Let him go.
I want to
Turn
see
on the camera. Turn.
as much as I love Josh, I do want to see him squirm a little bit here.
Wow.
He was oddly zen about the things that were happening during the game.
Well, his team was playing well. They were up 3-0.
It's
And
a-
he was wearing an off-brand.
I know.
Travis or
No,
not
Derrick
Travis,
Henry.
Derrick Henry.
It wasn't
jersey.
off-brand.
Well, off-brand in that
It's definitely gotten China.
it's not even. No,
China.
no.
China.
It's a good quality jersey.
No, it's not. He got it in China.
Oh, he did. Okay. Well, but it was
China.
of a player who's no longer on the team.
Yo!
Oh, no. 3
Jeff McNeil.
home
Oh,
run Mets.
no!
It is now a 6. It has gone from 3 up to 3
Damn!
down for the Atlanta Braves.
They are taunting as well. I
It's
like
grimace time.
this.
And look at all the Mets fans there.
We're from Queens. I love the Mets. Yeah.
Are they in Atlanta or are they
Yes,
in
this is
It's
in
Atlanta.
Atlanta.
Dave Fight points out a tweet from Chris Basnet where Baz said, they keep cutting to Schwellenbach in the dugout like he just got told his dog was run over.
I
that's brutal.
love postseason baseball because of exactly this.
Who's the reliever who went in?
Managers
Iglesias.
love taking out pitchers.
You know what?
They
This-
love it. It's
Or
their
they
favorite
wait
thing.
too long to take them out.
Rarely
Right.
anymore.
Oh, that doesn't happen anymore?
Rarely anymore. I mean, there
Remember
was a famous
Grady Little?
Pedro Martinez.
Oh, yeah, in
who will ever
03.
forget old Grady.
That was the Aaron Boone
Grady.
game. See, you think I only know about 01, but I also know about 03.
Okay.
The woke Mets are taking care of the problematic choppers.
Oh, nice. Good job, woke Mets. Look at that guy. He's
Oh,
pumped.
How are the Mets woke?
You don't remember the whole Pride Month of the Mets went on an insane run thing, so people were calling them
Yeah,
the
but
gay
they're
Mets.
not
was
woke
grimace.
because they brought Hot Tua girl there, so they're kind of
Yeah, she
playing
loves
both
You've
ends.
seen that she has a podcast
Yeah,
that
it's
is
called
like
Talk to Us.
It is
Everybody's
like-
got a podcast.
You didn't let me finish. That's like the third most popular podcast in the world right now.
I did not know that.
I'm
What?
not surprised by
Yeah.
that, Josh.
What?
She's how much money is she making now? So many
I
dollars.
don't understand the appeal.
Because you were drunk and you said
No.
a thing that was sexual.
And now she's like paid
No,
well,
people are not interested in her. They're listening to her as a bit. It has become.
but she still makes the money.
I know, and credit to her for that. But people are listening to her. Like I see all these videos of like stage situations where kids will be like watching the podcast on TV and they'll be cheering at the things that like it's kind of funny, right? But they're listening to her
Weird.
as a bit.
Hmm.
It is odd.
Why would you waste your time?
It's a great question. It's
Why?
kids have a lot.
I can't imagine
Horny.
this person has. There's other stuff on the internet.
John, I
to
tell you that all the
handle
time, and
that.
you're like, yeah, but her bikini in 1982. I don't know.
Okay,
People are
but
weird.
that's not even the same thing.
He's there.
Grimace is there.
Did you see Grimace?
That's
That's
why.
not even the same thing. I mean, there's nothing that's
rally
outstanding about
Grimace.
this person.
Wow.
I agree, John.
All she did was say a
Oh, look
funny
at that
thing.
graph. That's a fun chart.
Can you guys imagine?
Talk to 105,000 YouTube subscribers, and the first episode had 1.6 million views. What are we doing?
Who'd she talk to in that episode?
I already closed the window. I don't
She
know.
had her
I'm sorry.
friend on.
Who
It's just
the hell
her friend that was
cares?
with her in the Hawk Tua video.
Oh,
Man.
Who the hell cares? By the way, in the ultimate in ironies now, Spencer Schwellenbach,
Yeah.
Oh.
former Husker, is now being relieved by
Aaron
Aaron
Bummer.
Bummer, former Husker. But
Oh.
unfortunately, the
GBR.
two dudes in between, Jimenez and Iglesias, went, ugh.
Oh man, they went Hawk Tua.
Yeah, they did. They
Yeah.
went John choking down mayonnaise had Nebraska lost.
But they didn't because I said they'd win, and they did.
there is something really funny about being a guy with the last name Bummer, and then if you're the reliever who loses the game,
Bummer.
Bummer.
It is
Yeah.
a bummer.
Yeah,
Well, the good news is Bummer can't really do much worse than the rest of the Braves relievers. so
The people who didn't get an out,
Exactly.
John. Yes.
who got
indeed.
0 outs.
Oh, look at the puppy.
Now they're showing a dog. Look at what they're doing to our
I brought my
dogs.
dog from Queens.
Look at what they're doing
Hey,
to
look,
our
it's
dogs.
a Braves fan. Hey, did you know your team was racist?
They're eating our dogs.
Nice.
They're eating
We
our
don't
dogs.
do the Tamahawk chop there in New York.
It's an interesting New York accent.
I know.
Interesting. John,
Did
you
you
got a
know
lot
you
of
get a
experience.
direct flight on Delta here?
Are Queens accents different than other parts of New York accents?
They all mildly have it really comes from the intensity with which you speak.
Okay.
Like people from certain areas are more pissed off than other people.
Like, who are the? I'm walking here. Who are those people?
I don't think that. I mean that's kind of everywhere. It's just
Okay.
it's just the intensity at which you say it.
Strawberry was the greatest right fielder of all time. You're never going to talk me out of it.
Sounds. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
that's-
for
That's
sure.
right. I mean that's
Nice.
correct.
You ever get triggered by how Spider-Man is in the movies because he's from Queens, but he doesn't sound like he's from Queens?
Yeah. How do they explain that? Don't they explain it? That
I don't
why-
think so.
why
I'm
he
still
doesn't have a New
triggered
York
that they
accent?
decided to remake Spider-Man after they had just finished the other three.
No, John, it all
All
comes
right, we should probably go
together.
to break.
We should.
All right.
Sorry. Nick was going down a rabbit hole that was going to take another 5 minutes.
One day from right now,
Wow,
when we're
Josh
ending,
Bexey producing again.
I like
Well,
Spider-Man.
He needs
That's
to look at
fair.
the clock better.
That's
when,
fair.
when we're ending this crossover tomorrow.
Why don't you push your glasses up your nose, you nerd?
I don't have them anymore because I went to Kugler Vision. John, suck on that, bro.
Yeah, but you
How
still
much
have-
they paying you right now?
0.
Where'd
There
you go
you
to
go.
the dentist to get those big teeth?
Yeah. Maybe you should go to the Kugler Vision of teeth.
Well, Kugler mouth?
Kugler teeth.
Well, I guess if it's Kugler
mouth.
Vision, Kugler eat? Is that what it would be? Kugler eat?
Kugler eat.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back. And
Crossover.
Bye. Crossover brought to you by the fine folks at Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
Thanks,
Back to
Everlevel.
see if the Braves can turn this thing back around on 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Okie doke. Another beautiful day.
It's way too hot. It's fall. I don't want
It's
90
not-
degrees.
I mean, it
It's 90
is
degrees.
warm.
Yeah.
It was
But
way
at
too
night,
warm
it's
on
really
Saturday.
nice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's great.
When I
Once
mowed
the sun sets.
yesterday.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
It is that really annoying part of fall, though, where it's nice and crisp in the morning, then you step outside and it's like, but then it's blazing by 2
Yeah.
At least you get the cool mornings, though. It's like
Yeah,
thanks for a walk again
But
today before the sun rose.
At least it's not humid.
That's true. That's true. It's
Because remember, now, you know what this means? This means that when it changes,
going to be bad.
it's going to go from 100 to 0 like that,
I know. I keep reminding myself.
which I'm not happy about.
Like, to try to enjoy these days because
Yeah.
soon it's going to be, like, cold, and then it's going to be
Miserable.
windy, and then it's going to snow,
Yep.
and then Happer's going to come back into the studio for some reason because he forgot his muff.
He
No,
forgot his mug.
He forgot his mug.
That's the same. Is that a Yeti boy? Are you
yeah.
a Yeti boy?
Oh,
Oh, yeah, Yeti
Not
boy
today.
is the.
look at us.
Sorry.
Oh,
What is
wow.
with
Josh,
you,
what's
you
wrong with
loser?
you?
And yours
Chris
has
was
a,
using
yours has a little straw. Oh, look at my little baby straw.
It's a normal size straw.
Wow.
You know
Look
what
at
I
that.
like about these Yetis? There's no hole for a straw. You got to drink it like a man.
Nice.
It drives me. Now, I don't know what your cup situation is.
Thermoflask.
at
We
home.
got it at Costco.
No.
Oh.
But the
I like
wife,
how it's also
the
rubber
wife
on the
likes
bottom.
to make the iced coffees in the morning, and she's
2
got
iced coffees.
the big plastic ones that have the screw-on lid.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's like the stuff you get in the
gas station.
at the gas station, but it's a hard plastic, so it's you're constantly reusing it. But there's all these damn lids and plastic straws. Crazy.
It's like
You
that.
get
And then I
It's like
get
that-
yelled at. Oh, you're not supposed to put that in the dishwasher. And I'm like,
Then clean it, woman.
It's like
I
Tupperware,
didn't
right?
want to say that.
Are tumblers the new Tupperware where everybody just has a billion of them with a billion different lids and straws, and then you try to
Yes.
get it out and you're
Yes.
juggling?
100%, Nick.
yeah.
But
Now-
then the worst part is you wash it and it dries, and then you take it out, but there's still a little water. So then it's like I got to put this on the drying mat,
Yep.
and so then it's like
Yep.
you feel like you're putting it away 2 times.
Yep.
I hate that crap.
we have all these, the plastic containers for like leftovers and things.
Yes. Oh yeah.
And we
It's
used
the
to
same
have
way.
a terrible mess. So when we redid the kitchen with the painting the cabinets and doing all that stuff,
Nice.
I went through that whole cupboard.
Oh.
And so far, knock on wood, through 2 months,
Nice.
we have a nice,
Who sings it?
organized stacking system. Things are
Nickelback.
easy to get to. But your point is so true about when you put them suckers in the dishwasher
got to do it twice.
and then you pull them out and you're like, oh, I can just put the lid back on and put it away.
Nope. Condensation.
Put them back in the drying rack
Yeah.
and let them sit
Because
for
remember,
half a day.
remember when you had that Contigo and what happened to it? Mold, because the water
Mold.
sat in there. So that's a
Yeah,
reminder.
I
Wash
remember that.
wash your stuff.
Wash your stuff.
You used to always say Contigo.
Contigo.
You did love your Contigo. I still have a
Was that-
Contigo. I have a Contigo thermos for my coffee.
Was that another gift from our friends at Omaha Run
No,
Farm?
I think that
Where
was
did the
just.
Contigo
I
come
think that you bought it. I think that was when.
I got to see if I still
Shout
have my
out to
Contigo.
the water people, Big Water, whoever
Big
started
Water.
making stuff to be colder longer. Man, so much better than not being cold.
I
love
like my Yeti.
Look at all this ice.
The Yeti.
I like my Yeti a lot
Look at all
too.
that ice. Look at that.
When I fell in love with the Yeti was up in the booth for the College World
Yeah,
Series.
you're like, whoa, it's so cold.
My ice wouldn't melt.
Yeah, I
my
know.
ice just would never melt.
It's a miracle.
I remember when Nick got this from our fine friends at Ron Colley, and we'll be back there now in less than a month. Let's freaking go.
Let's do
The
it.
25th. And Nick was like, wow, keeps it colder. I was like, yeah, it does. Whoa, holy crap.
That is the worst looking grimace.
Oh
That is
God!
the worst looking grimace.
Ah!
Grimace, which is already a giant, unattractive character,
What is Grimace supposed to be? The Hamburglar
Just a
makes
bit.
sense. Ronald
It's like,
McDonald.
what
is
the Grimace?
he?
The Grimace was the guy who loved the shakes.
No, but like, what is he?
He's just a giant blob who liked the milkshakes at McDonald's.
But like every other character has a thing, and Grimace
Well, yeah,
is just
Grimace's thing was the shakes. He liked the shakes. Hamburglar was always stealing your hamburgers. Mayor McCheese was the
the mayor, and then the Hamburglar was a burglar, but Grimace is just purple.
According
he
to
likes the
Wikipedia,
shakes.
Grimace is a purple monster. So there you go,
Okay.
Nick. I mean, like, you don't ask questions about the characters in Monsters Inc. It's just a monster.
Yeah.
Why do monsters need backstories?
Yeah.
Well, it's just a
He's
large
just a big
purple
blob
monster.
that likes a good, delicious chocolate shake, not a plain shake like some people used to sit in this chair.
I like vanilla
Cougs?
shakes. Vanilla
Yeah, he
shakes are
likes
good.
the plain shake.
You mean vanilla?
Have you scheduled
He
that
likes
interview
the-
yet, John?
He likes the plain shake.
Have you?
What?
How many people responded to the email you sent this
You.
morning? Really?
Yes.
That's funny.
It's not funny.
I don't mean to
actually
be a
need
teacher's
responses.
You don't need
I
responses.
was on the toilet.
Don't worry about
was
it.
No,
on-
but like, please respond.
I'm
Pepper.
on Kugler time. I just responded to you. I'm on Kugler time.
Has he responded to you?
Yeah, we've talked.
He called the UCF game this week.
I can't wait to ask him 5 questions and 5 questions only.
Only 5, John. That's
Only
all you're allowed. And then he'll be in the middle of an answer at the 15-minute mark, and you'll
You'll
say,
say,
done!
sorry.
Sorry, ended the stream on StreamYard. Done.
This will be the interview where the outtakes will be much more entertaining than the actual interview.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, I promise you.
Oh, yeah. I guarantee it. Like John guaranteed
Like
to
I
win.
guarantee to win against Purdue.
Let's do this, folks.
And I was right. It was an ugly dub, but it was a dub.
We don't apologize for wins
That's the name of the stream.
in the NFL or on the road in college football.
I just said we don't apologize for
We
wins.
don't apologize for wins ever.
So if they win ugly this week, you'll apologize?
No, you never apologize.
Well, you said wins on the road.
Especially wins on the road. But no, you win this week, you're 5-1. No apologizing. None at all.
Matt Rule.
Fighting for Nebraska.
It's almost like he's watched too many campaign commercials.
Too many campaigns.
I keep hearing about this candidate's
Nice.
fighting for this and this candidate's fighting for this. Matt Rule.
I'm fighting for
Nick,
Nebraska.
if you want a new bid idea, you could make a commercial where it's Matt Rule is fighting for Nebraska. That could be a
Ooh.
funny little.
Matt Rule
And
is
ima-
fighting for Nebraska.
And imagine the thumbnail you can create.
You don't even
Matt
like my
Rule-
thumbnails, John.
Matt Rule
I just haven't
2024.
seen your thumbnail.
He doesn't ever go to YouTube.
No, I showed you the Purdue one, and you said eek.
You said
Purdue.
eek?
With Purdue Pete, you said eek.
Eek. That was
Well-
the word? Eek?
Well,
Eek.
that was just because it's Purdue Pete.
Yeah.
And that wasn't a
Eek.
thumbnail, was it?
Yeah,
just
that was a thumbnail.
I thought it was just a picture of Purdue Pete.
It was a thumbnail.
I don't remember. Will the Mets and Braves conspire to keep the Diamondbacks
Well,
out?
that means the Braves have to. Oh, hey, they have guys on the base paths.
Did they score?
Yes,
they did.
6-4.
6-4.
at the
Braves trying
cheering.
to come back.
Look at the cheering.
See, again, if the winner of this game acquiesces in the second game to the loser, both the Mets and Braves get in.
There you go.
Yeah, screw the Diamondbacks. There's too many NL West teams in the playoff
So-
right now.
That's
Nice.
why. That's why I wonder if the D-backs are in trouble no matter what happens in this game.
Okay.
Jack Mitchell
Oh, he's in the green room
is
right
in the
now.
green room. They're still 4-1.
Nice. He's watching the baseball.
Mitch Sherman of the Athletic will be along.
He's a fan of a team that's in the playoffs. He's a Royals guy.
There's so many of them around here. Sky is blue, water is wet, and Bama's number 1.
That's a reminder that I forgot to check the AP poll. They're number 1 now
They are.
They're number 1.
I checked it earlier.
over Texas. That's fair. They have a bigger one than Texas
Yeah,
does.
because Texas beat a very overrated team.
Nice.
They still beat them.
They dominated.
I'm not.
They whooped that
I'm
ass.
not-
They held on to dominate.
I'm
They didn't
not
blow
being-
the game.
I'm not being typical Nebraska guy who hates Texas, but
Where do you
let's
think
face it,
Oregon is now?
Michigan,
6.
overrated.
Are they 6?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. They were 7 last week. I figured they would have taken the spot that Georgia acquiesced. Is
But-
Georgia 7?
Georgia's like 5th.
Wow. So who dropped below? Who the hell dropped below Oregon then? Who else lost in the top 5? Nobody.
Ole Miss.
Ole Miss.
Ole Miss.
Thank you. Ha! That was funny.
Illinois dropped like a rock. They weren't in the top 5, but Illinois
they were 19.
dropped.
Yeah, they were 19.
Yeah, but they didn't drop out.
Yeah, they're in the top 25 still.
Yeah, but they dropped a lot from where they were.
What, to 25, right? That's like
I-
6 spots.
yeah, they
That's
didn't-
normal. For the
Yeah,
bottom of the top
that's-
25, that's
I
pretty normal.
honestly thought they would drop out entirely.
I did too.
Scarlet and the Cream.
Yeah.
Coming up in the 5 o'clock
Cream
hour.
team.
Cream
Can
team.
anybody stop Jaden Daniels in the Washington offense?
when they're cool ass uniforms.
No,
Oh,
they're not cool.
I almost threw my son out of the room yesterday.
Your son, who's very
Get out of
right.
there.
Your very right
Those are
son.
so cool uniforms, and I'm like,
Oh, that's
ugly.
right. He
They're
said he
so
had
ugly.
that. He had that take after overreaction, didn't he? Is that when he had that
No, it was
take?
Ron Colley. He first had that take because I mentioned it when we were at Ron Colley last year, and he's like, "I agree."
Wow, what a dumbass!
Stupid.
No offense to your son, John.
No,
Offense?
I was offended.
All right, you're a dumbass. Christian,
And
it was
the
Christian,
big,
right?
yes, Christian.
Yeah.
And the big unholy alliance with the SEC.
All right, look at all those topics. Topic alert! Topic alert!
And the bases are now loaded
You know
with
where-
2 outs in the
You
end.
know where topic alert started?
Las
Vegas.
Las Vegas. Yes.
There you go. That's a little fun fact for you.
It's also where we got the picture of Happer and Josh on the escalator.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Topic alert.
You
That's where-
scared?
Because
Yeah.
the small town boys from Omaha had never seen an escalator.
Yeah, and we made
Look
fun
at all
of.
these escalators.
Plus, that was where we talked about the young spry boys.
That is where we talked about the young spry
What a trip!
boys.
I'd love to go back someday. Maybe.
Have fun.
All right. Well, we'll see if the Braves blow this lead or the Mets blow this lead.
During the commercial.
Oh, and there goes the problematic chop.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh,
Back in the 90s, it used to trigger me unmercilessly when they start. And this is when the Braves started getting good. And you'd have Ted Turner and Hanoi Jane sitting in the front row of every Braves game. And old Hanoi Jane Fonda,
I was
would-
like, who's that?
that was a nickname she famously went and sided with the North Vietnamese during the Vietnam War. So they started calling her Hanoi Jane.
Oh, wow, that's a
Anyway,
reference that I
she
don't
wouldn't
get.
do just the chop. She would be out there doing both arms.
the double chop.
Just the most typical,
Wow.
I've never been to a sporting event, but
Yeah,
I'm trying to look cool
Yeah, don't do
moment. And I just would
Double
drive me
chop is
nuts.
bad.
Yeah.
Would drive
Also
me
looks
so
bad.
nuts. Well, it just looks dumb.
You know what? She is happy wasn't around back then. The J Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed, where screen captures are always
Like
there.
always there.
All
was
those
there.
fans in Germany or from
That's right.
in Germany
At
when they were
USC
watching the Dolphins game last
1620,
year.
you can also hit us up 42 Degrees of Source hotline by your mom's house.
Nice.
Uh-oh. Awful. Here comes- oh, now he shows up. Now he shows up.
Wow. Also, that shows how far behind this
Yeah,
is
no.
from whatever stream he's watching.
Well, he was reacting in the chat. He's like, "No, guys!" And then that was right before the Mets.
Now he
won.
shows up. We've been asking him to turn the camera on when the Mets are coming back, and now the Braves have scored 4 times, and they've taken the lead.
Baseball. What
Baseball.
a sport.
Baseball.
You know what? The next game's going to be so bad
Oh, yeah.
because whoever wins this will be like, eh.
Jack just commented in our green room chat. I was losing my mind 30 seconds ahead of you guys seeing that. That's awesome.
Freaking Cox Cable, man.
It's so bad.
They're so slow.
Yeah, it's so bad.
You can also hit us up, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. Equitable Bank inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally, answer the phone on the first ring, and old Diaz, maybe next time don't
Wow,
don't give up the old go. I mean, he kind of stood there and admired it, man. He lasered that ball. Now it has gone from, so it was Braves 95% chance to win.
Yeah.
Then it flipped to Mets 92%.
Now it's Braves.
Now it's Braves 89%.
What a game.
And I guarantee you when they come back from commercial or sooner, they will put that graphic back up there showing the
oh, yeah.
EKG.
Oh, yeah. What a game.
Jack Mitchell will join us next, and we'll probably have more to react to.
Perfect.
It keeps us from talking about that ugly ass first half.
Oh, boy.
I'm fine with it.
All right. Works for me.
1620 the zone.
Every call for the referees.
When it's time to replace or repair storm damage, make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more Da Vinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Guard for the rooferys. Make the right call.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Shop our exceptional lineup of SUVs at Woodhouse Mazda. Right now, receive 1.9% APR for 72 months on our full lineup of 2024 Mazda CX-50s and 2024 Mazda CX-90s. Visit us online at woodhousemazda.com or woodhouseplacemazda.com today. With approved credit, tax title license extra, when financed through Mazda Financial Services. $299 doc fee due at signing.
You wearing ratty jackets from Stephen Barry's. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT. Ham is the water of meats. Ham the water of meats. Ham is the water of meats.
The Braves 2 outs away from clinching a playoff spot with still one more game to play. Jack Mitchell joins us, who obviously, like the rest of the world, is several seconds ahead of
Cox Cable.
Cox Cable.
30 might have been an overestimation, but it was definitely. I was trying to catch your attention down here and like pointing.
Well, I saw some wild hand waving, and I just thought it was
he was doing the chop.
Just normal.
Yeah, just your normal histrionics.
Yeah, I wasn't even. I'm with John. I wasn't even doing that when it wasn't problematic. It was annoying.
Shout out Jack.
Yeah.
Badly annoying.
Yeah, it was very annoying. The Braves were a very annoying franchise.
Are they still annoying?
Which makes it funny that during all those glory years, they've managed to only win one
World Series.
That's crazy.
15 straight divisions, one World Series.
That's crazy because it felt like they were in 19 World Series during my teenage years.
How many did they even make? Like 3? They were not in the World Series as many times.
They played the Blue Jays,
the Twins,
Blue Jays,
Yankees.
They beat Cleveland. Lost to the Yankees twice, right? Didn't they lose to the Yankees
96, they lost to the Yankees. Did they another?
Okay, I have they made 5. 91, 92, 95, 96, 99. And they won it in 96? No, 5.
They won it in
90. It felt like it. You only got like a year or two off, and then they came back for another couple years every time.
The Mets now have the tying run on base.
Oh my gosh.
I knew that. This is crazy. Like I have a lot of questions about this. Do the Mets have to get drunk super fast in between games to celebrate? Or the Braves, I mean, whoever.
So where there'll be a shame.
Oh my goodness!
No way.
Oh, now Jack, don't be brutal. Don't spoil. Okay,
it
here we
might
go.
have been the greatest triple play in history. You don't know.
That's true, I guess. Yeah. Well, it would have had to be a double play.
Why don't you give the live play-by-play, John?
Because here's the pitch, and there's a high fly ball to
my
center field,
gosh!
and this ball is gone, and the Mets have taken the lead. It's almost 30 seconds.
Wow.
Oh, wait. We got to get Nick on camera. Let's get the ISO. There he is.
Screenshot. I got it, Nick. I got it.
Off-brand Travis Henry.
Why do you keep calling it off-brand? It's not off-brand.
Because he's wearing...
It's a throwback, John. It's a throwback.
No, it's off-brand because that's not the team he plays for anymore.
That doesn't make it off-brand, though. It just makes it a throwback.
Why do you keep correcting me? We've got an amazing game going on here now.
Now, when he wears that old Oilers-looking jersey, it looks like Christopher Cross at Austin City Limits wearing an Earl Campbell jersey.
There's an oddball cut.
John, I was hoping you would understand that reference, and I think you do.
It completely.
It's the weirdest freaking thing. Christopher Cross, the guy who sings Sailing and like that. This whole thing. What does he choose to wear to this like thing where he's going to play AM Gold at the Austin City Limits? He's playing. He wears a freaking Earl Campbell jersey. It's the weirdest. I think it's the weirdest wardrobe choice in music history.
It's a very weird juxtaposition given the music that Christopher Cross sings. Yeah. You know? Sailing. Meanwhile, Earl Campbell never played anything like that. But anyway. So now it's 8-7 Mets. So now,
good God.
Now it is flipped. So when this inning started, it was 87% chance of the Braves winning. It is now 80% Mets. So if I can remember this correctly, it went from 95 Braves to 93 Mets to 87 Braves, now 80 Mets. That's percent chance of winning according to that's the only time this goofy graphic ever has been any fun to watch.
100%. 100%.
And Josh Peterson wouldn't even be watching this were he not at work right now.
That's not true. If people were tweeting about the game and I was at home, I'd turn it on my television.
Okay.
I'd turn it on my television. I like playoff or playoff adjacent baseball, Jack.
This is
I like
playoff
this time here.
It does remind me of the old one game playoff
wild card, yeah.
Bucky Dent,
like when when it was the Angels and the Mariners played one year in like 90, 95 or not. There've been a few of them over the course of the years, the one game playoff games. But in this one, it's the weird thing where the Mets celebrate or the Braves celebrate, depending on who wins.
And then they play again.
And then they play again, where one team honestly does not want to be there. They want to
go home.
They just want to end the game and lose as fast. They want to go to San Diego. I don't remember the matchups, but they want to get on a plane. Like, can they send some of their players on a plane? Like, that's only
it's like the All-Star game. When the All-Star game, all the good players just get on their private jets and go home.
Yeah, that's only like a half-kidding question.
And by the way, Major League Baseball did put out a statement earlier today to tell the winning team, like, don't celebrate. Don't do the champagne supernova in the sky until the game is over.
You mean until the doubleheader is over?
Yes. They don't want them to do it after the game one, though.
Now, I will say this. If the Mets hold on and win, which is a big if in this game.
Yeah.
There is from a matchup standpoint an advantage to them also winning the second game because that would place them as the 5 seed. And the 5 seed will play the 4 seed Padres. The Mets beat the Padres 5 out of 7 this year, whereas if they were the 6 seed, they would go to Milwaukee, and they lost 5 of 6 to the
So it kind of does matter.
So now, I will also say, knowing this firsthand, back in 2015, the Cubs famously swept all 6 games from the Mets in the regular season.
And then lost in 5.
And then the Mets swept the Cubs in 4 in the playoffs.
Was it 4? Oh, man, I thought it was in 5. Wow.
And whatever happened to that Mets team that year? Because that was
nobody knows. Nobody cares.
Nice. Nice.
That's it'll be fascinating. And think about being a Diamondback fan in this situation, right? You have no real cheering interest in the first game, and then you've got to cheer for the team who's barely trying in the second game, and just hope against hope that something weird happens in that game.
Yeah,
baseball.
Exactly.
I did not expect to be talking about baseball this much on the Grum today. I'll be honest. That would be talking about that great first half for Nebraska and Purdue. Great first half for Nebraska and Purdue.
Amazing.
What was your mood in the first half? What was your mood at halftime?
It was a lot of things. I mean, one that maybe wasn't the most pervasive, but that might have been the worst. And this has nothing to do with how Nebraska played necessarily. The most unenjoyable half of football to watch in history, in a lot of ways, because number one, nobody scored.
Yeah.
Number two, I would love to go back and rewatch that, guys, and see if there was ever 3 plays in a row without a penalty, injury, commercial, or review. There were very few times that you ever had that without one of those things, like just getting 3 plays in a row. And then, it was rough. So that was one of the things that I was thinking. No, but my overriding feeling is, like, as it far too often is during Nebraska games, is I've seen this movie before. Here's what happens in the second half is Purdue goes right out, gets a score, gets the momentum. The crowd gets weirdly into it at that point, and then gets a stop or gets a turnover. And then all of a sudden, Nebraska feels like they're really in the hole in this game. Now, Purdue did go right down, got the field goal, not the touchdown, but Nebraska answered immediately. But how many times in that second half, guys, have we seen a game where Nebraska turns the ball over, and that's what turns that game around? Like, that was one thing I was thinking about this morning. Holy cow. You get that ball back on that next possession after the field goal, and there's a fumble, and there you go. Purdue's in business. So, but yeah, I was unhappy. I wanted them to be out practicing kicks and snaps and holds on the sidelines, and then I got a picture from someone at the game that showed they actually were while the marching band was on the field.
Funny.
And I was
Funny.
good. I was like, that's actually good. I'm glad they're doing that. But yeah,
Jack,
all those
let
things.
me ask you this. Rather than asking you about special teams, let me ask a positive question. Are we discussing enough about how well Nebraska has done at not turning the ball over this year compared to the tire fire of last year? They barely turn it over, and we never really mentioned it anymore.
I mean, let's be honest. The majority of the talking points for most people after the last 2 games have been negative ones. But you're right. Even when we pick out the positive things, Josh, you're exactly right. We haven't. And the 2 turnover. Well, they've got the fumble in game 1. They haven't lost a fumble since that, right? Since game 1.
Correct, because they only have 3 turnovers all year, so it's 2 picks in the fumble. That's wild.
And then the 2 interceptions were both, I believe, touched by Nebraska first on those passes.
Yeah, 50-50 balls.
Yeah. So, I mean, no, that's – man, honestly, Josh, when you go back and if you would have told us at the beginning of the season that Nebraska would be, what are they, +6, +7 on the turnover? +5. Like, plus on pace for more than +10 on the season, you would have been like, they're definitely unbeaten or very close to it at this point.
Oh, yeah. You would have said, sign me up for that. Sign me up.
It almost feels like it's happened sort of quietly. I don't know how.
Which seems impossible given how last year went.
Right. It was the issue. It was the story last year was quarterback play and turnovers. And Josh, they pretty much righted the 2 main issues of last year. Yes.
I would say so.
I mean, they have gone and righted those 2 main issues. Special teams was probably 3, to be honest. So maybe not so much that one. But it's interesting when you think about it that way, right? They have gotten over what the humps that were the biggest issues of last year, at least for the offense, for sure.
Yeah. Just looking it up to confirm, Nebraska's had 4 fumbles this year, lost 1.
Yeah, and 2 of them were Dylan's right in a row.
Yeah,
on the same drive.
On that drive where you could literally hear the sphincters tightening. And then Ramir had a fumble that in that game, but again, the only lost fumble is the one in the first game against UTEP.
That's correct, and that was on their what drive of the game? That was early, right?
Yeah, it was in the first half.
Was that their first drive?
No, they scored on their first drive.
Did they? Maybe it was their second drive. It was definitely one of the early drives. Definitely one of the early drives.
And has Nebraska, I should be able to pull this right away. Is Nebraska all of their turnovers interceptions, or have they recovered fumbles that I'm forgetting?
Well, Dante Dowdell's fumble.
No, he's saying
the defense, the takeaways.
Let me look real fast.
Am I forgetting? I'm trying to remember.
Nebraska has gained 3 fumbles. They have had 3 takeaways via fumbles. They have 5 takeaways via interceptions.
Oh, one of them was against Colorado, Jamari Butler on Sanders.
And then they had the sack fumble against Illinois at towards the end. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. And the strip in that game, too.
402 Goblin says strip fumble versus NIU.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's a strip. There were 2 fumbles against Illinois.
So those are the 2, and then the Colorado one.
Yeah.
How's that?
What happened now?
So the Mets have Diaz, who gave up the runs in the.
They left him in?
Is still in, and there's one now. They're coming to the mound here, so there's 1 on, 1 out for the Braves, with the Mets leading by a run, and it looks like they're leaving him in.
He's got to get a chance to celebrate, Diaz.
That's true.
Safely, very safely celebrate.
Very safely celebrate.
Nice.
Wow.
Because you still got another game to play. You
must try.
You must try.
So I wanted to play this because I wanted to get your response to it. So here was Matt Rule. This is the shorter version of the clip because, as you know, Matt Rule doesn't speak in sound bites. He tells stories.
Thank you, Matt.
But this is he was asked about the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty that he got for throwing his headset, but it's the part where he talks about fighting for Nebraska. Here it is.
So I'm not here to complain about officials. I'll turn them in. I'll get the responses on Monday or on Sunday. I think we had the tough go of it last week. And, here's what I know. Someone's going to have to start to fight for Nebraska. All right. So I'm here to fight for Nebraska. And so Troy does, our AD will fight for Nebraska in that way. But, I wanted the fellas to see me out there fighting for them today. And so now, I think that's my 3rd penalty ever.
So when you heard that, I have to imagine that that resonated pretty loudly.
I wouldn't say that. I don't know.
No.
I thought it was a little odd.
Did you?
In the situation?
I thought it was corny.
Yeah. Like, really? I don't know. Maybe did that seem in the moment? Like, I think what he's referring to is, you'll see a basketball coach do it more than anything, right? When they're just
get teed up.
They're going to get teed up basically on purpose to, I guess, fight for them, but really just fire up the team too. But I don't know is that possible in football? I'm not sure. Like, does it really have that kind of effect? Do they see it? We throw your.
I mean, if it does in if it does in basketball, why wouldn't it in football or in baseball when a manager intentionally gets himself thrown out of the game?
Partially just because everybody can't even see him on the sideline or hear what's going on.
But you can hear him. You know what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's funny. I think in basketball, it's a T. And so if it's in college, you get 2 shots. If in the NBA, you get 1 and you get possession. In baseball, there's no penalty except for the manager.
Except the manager's out of the game.
In football, though, 15 yards is a lot of yards, And so the fact that they overcame that, I think is is pretty interesting that he got that massive penalty. It was 2nd and 28.
Yes,
and then they were able to get a first down within a play or 2.
I wish I had people for years have called me a whiner about officiating and have told me, they've called me mad. And all this time, I'm fighting for you all. I'm fighting for you, for your families, for everyone in this state, not just the team, but this is me putting it on the line for all of you. And I guess I would maybe like some apologies now that I know that that's what I was doing.
I
mean,
you didn't like the Rule did it. So are you saying you dislike that you do it as well?
Well, I mean, I'm just kind of doing a bit, but it was it's kind of heroic if you think of it, now that he put that in context.
So. Alex says, thank you for your service, Jack.
Well,
you're welcome. I'm glad I could defend you and your family.
I guess my underlying point, at least how I absorbed it, was there's a part of me that thinks, because Matt Rule pays a lot of attention to what happens outside of this play of his program.
Yeah. Hi, Matt. Hey.
He pays attention to the discourse. He pays attention to the mood of the state. He really does.
Oh yeah.
And there's a part of me that thinks, not that he was scrolling Twitter during, any part of that game, but that he just kind of knows what the discourse was going to be like. And you could tell by his attitude. I mean, if you watch his post-game press conference and if you hear it, there's a part there where there's just this nonstop tapping. He's tapping on the table. Yeah. I mean, he's like fidgeting. He is worked up.
Yeah.
Where I think just as he uses these press conferences to send messages to his players, for some reason, it seemed like he was using the press conference after the game as the Mets have won 8-7.
Wow.
So they're in the playoffs. The Braves have to win in the second game to get to the playoffs. But if that he was using that press conference to kind of stem the tide of what he thought was going to be a pretty negative response, because he knew how bad that first half looked. He could sense the frustration that some of the same issues that popped up against Illinois were popping up in this particular game, and that maybe this fight for Nebraska wasn't as much directed to the officiating as it was to just the general discourse around his team.
Ugh. I hope not.
How come?
We've been down that road, have we not?
No, but what I'm saying is,
I don't think so. I don't buy that. I don't think that's what it was. I don't think that's what it was.
What do you think it was?
I sure hope not.
Wait, Jack, this doesn't have to be a.
It doesn't have to be a negative. It doesn't have to be an us against the world.
Yeah, this doesn't have to be.
That is a slippery slope once you get on it, folks. That's a gateway drug to us against the world. When you start
I guess
like
it's less us against the world, and I think it's more. I think he is trying to remind, because I think your read is right for the record. I think he's trying to remind people that, like, to get to the 11-win year 3, you have to win like 7 in year 2. And in a vacuum, that means bad, ugly games. Like, we always do this thing where before the year, we're like, yeah, 7 wins would be fine. But then you have to live in the moment of them scoring 0 points in a half, and you're like, this sucks, and they're horrible. Yeah. Whereas you get to the season, if they're 7-5 in the postseason, we're like, hey, they got 7 wins, and you don't ever go game by game anymore. It's just kind of this broad number. So I think John's onto something.
I just thought that's just a go-to talking point when you get teed up or you get mad. You get mad about something that happened and you're arguing in favor of your team. That's just he's not the first person that's used that. There's all kinds of people who have
he's
used
not,
it.
But
it's a go-to talking point, and it's fine. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. It's fine. I don't know that it was much deeper than that, though.
But it is also because I listened to the whole post-game press conference, and that it was just kind of that one line is part and parcel of just how I read his attitude throughout the entire press conference. How much he was proud of the team, for fighting back, because it would have been very easy to focus on, that first half was a real disaster, wasn't it? But he chose to really emphasize the second half. And then he talked about, hey, this is a growing team.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I guess my read on that individual soundbite was just a part of what I thought was his general theme of that press conference, which was, hey, this team fought hard. We should be really happy. This is a great thing. And, and not focus on the negative.
Yeah. My first reaction was when, honestly, now that I'm thinking back, when I heard it, he said someone needs to fight for them. And I was like, wait, was someone not who was supposed to be fighting for them? What? I didn't quite understand that. Right. Are you filling a void that's out there right now in terms of fighting for the team?
Well, okay. So I'm happy you said that, because my question coming out of it was like, man, does he really feel like they're getting screwed over with these referees right now? Like, or am I too granular in the fighting for Nebraska type thing? Or does it go back to some of what John was saying a couple of moments ago?
Well, I do. I mean, I sensed that there was some frustration with some of the calls in the Illinois game, calls or non-calls in the Illinois game.
Yeah.
And then this game was just a poop show of,
yeah, he was furious. He was.
Well, they literally took 7 points off the board. They literally took. They took 7 points.
They did, but I mean,
he was still bad about that.
I know, and it was a terrible call. There's no question about it. But I don't know. I think there is this general sense of rules coming to bat for his team, both with officiating and just the natural discourse around the team. Because I think he's rather sensitive to the notion that the outside noise permeates the program. And that's been part of the issue that Nebraska teams have had in the past.
I don't know.
In his view.
Maybe you're right. It's just, and I do agree. He very much uses, when he talks to the press, as tools to be able to communicate with the team and addressing the narrative. Although, like, that one struck me as just kind of a response in the moment, not one that was like, I mean, his mind was busy up until that moment, right? Coaching the game and addressing them afterwards. So I don't know if it was that premeditated, but whatever. Listen, was that call, was that call, I don't know if this matters, but was that like a particularly bad call? I'm trying to remember what that play was when he got really mad.
Yeah, it was it was like
Nebraska had the ball.
That wasn't after the Fedoni one, right?
It was holding that I remember seeing it, and I thought it was like, oh, that wasn't that bad of a call, actually.
Yeah, because it would have been in the second half that he got.
Yeah, it was the fourth quarter, right?
Yeah,
wasn't it the fourth quarter?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I'm conflating. I'm arguing, or I'm bringing up a different play because obviously he was super frustrated by the. Peter says,
I remember being
Banks.
Oh, blocking
on the bank, and I saw it, and I thought it was pretty obvious. Like, my reaction to it, guys, in the moment after I saw the replay, was he was mad at Banks.
Interesting. So he took out his anger on Banks on the ref.
Yeah, well, when he threw his headset, I thought he was just frustrated with his player again committing a pet. Like, that was how I read that situation. It wasn't even mad at the ref, so that was I think another reason why I was a little surprised to hear the explanation. But we've talked about this a million times more than I thought about it. So, like, it's not. I wouldn't say it was one of the primary takeaways or things I've even thought about to this point since it's over. I have thought about the snapping to the kicker a lot more, or the holder a lot more, though.
Let me ask you another positive question then. Sorry, I'm not talking about special teams right now, but we talked a lot in the offseason about Dylan Raiola's numbers. I don't think we ever put anything up on the board. I know we did a 10 questions thing about it. But right now, Jack, 5 games, 1,225 passing yards, 70% completion percentage, 9 touchdowns, 2 picks. I mean, that's like about as good as any of us would have realistically expected, right? I guess the only thing, maybe a few more touchdown passes because he's not averaging 2 per game anymore.
What are the touchdowns and interceptions? Tell me that.
9-2. 9-2.
So on pace, not necessarily he's going to stay on the exact pace, but pace for
he's on pace for like 22-6 is kind of where I would put it. 22-5, 22,
which is about where I had him.
Wow, that's better than I would have had him.
Yeah,
at least in terms of the interceptions or the ratio.
The passing yards he's averaging. I mean, this is on pace for a 3,000, almost a 3,000 yard passing season.
Yeah, it's been. It is still even. I think yesterday or Saturday was the least flashy of the games for him, but
yeah,
as a whole, taken as a whole, it's still. I'll still stick to what I've been saying is I didn't ever imagine him hitting the ceiling he's hitting right now this early. I thought maybe at some point, but it's been better than I could have expected.
I had him down for 3,100 yards, 25 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, and Josh had him down for rounding to 3,000 yards, 28 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. Wow. So he's basically doing what
you guys are about right. I don't think I would have been that bullish.
Well, and a lot of the things that was shaping my thinking was, how are they going to get to 5,000 yards? How are they going to get? And so I was thinking, just about the running game. And listen, if we want to talk about the negative things, I'm sorry, but this running game is a big concern.
It should be.
Because outside of gimmicks and gadgets, outside that should be Ja'Cory Barney's nickname, Inspector Gadget, because he is the running game right now. It's the only way they can gain consistent yards on the ground.
By the way, real fast, they are averaging what would turn into 4,800 yards, so they are right on pace for the 5,000 number.
And Dylan's having to carry it, which is kind of why.
Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of what we thought it would be.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, John. Take away special teams, and by far the biggest concern right now for me is, are they ever going to be able to? I mean, this isn't very nuanced X's and O's talk, but I mean, so I'll admit that. But just when you see them run up the middle, just be the one pushing, right, instead of being the one push-ed, and like that's what it felt like. Now, all of that said, I'm interested in seeing what it looks like. Where I don't know if this will happen Saturday, but I'm interested in seeing Emmett Johnson as the primary back, Dowdell as the change of pace, right? Short yardage, power, goal line, needs a rest. And then, of course, you should probably still use Ramir in pass catching, NFL third down back type situations. I'm interested to see how different that it looks. What percentage of the problems of the running game are because of who's in at running back themselves, the offensive line, the quality of the defense, those sorts of things. I don't have the answers to those questions, but that'll help get us there a little bit more.
That's true. But, as much as I talked about last week and how I thought the Purdue game was perfectly timed, I don't know if this is a well-timed game for Nebraska.
Because
to play this particular team the way they play, given Nebraska's weaknesses.
Yeah.
This is a Rutgers team that's pretty buttoned down. Granted, it's not a flashy team, but they're a team that's going to keep a lot of plays in front of them. They're not going to allow a lot of explosives, which is where Nebraska's offense seems to be coming from right now.
And they don't have a lot of explosives themselves.
And they run the ball really well. Now, someone will say, well, didn't Purdue have great running numbers? Yes, but it was against pretty bad competition. And I mean, this is what they do.
Also, way better coach than Purdue.
Way better coach.
Way better coach than Purdue. Way better coach.
So.
Yeah. Illinois is the only game where Nebraska's run defense is not, I guess, to some degree, Northern Iowa too. But I've got a lot of confidence in Nebraska, especially when you've got a team that is not going to have a quarterback that's really going to pose a huge passing threat. I am fairly confident in Nebraska's ability to at least do enough on defense to win the game. My question is going to be, will there be enough of a roughing game to give Dylan Raiola a chance to do what he does?
Jake disagrees with my assessment. He says, I've been wrong about perfectly timed games so far, so hopefully NU shows up ready. Well, last week it was perfectly timed. They were able to play like that in the first half and still win 28-10.
Yeah,
I'd say that was a pretty perfectly timed game.
You know what's interesting, guys?
If they played like that against anybody else on the rest of the schedule, they would have lost.
These next two games kind of feel a little bit, I mean, there are plenty of difference. They kind of feel a little bit like those last four games of last year in some ways. And like, of course, two of them gets you a bowl and the pressure was that, but you kind of looked at those two games as those four games in that period, could be close games. In some games, maybe Nebraska would have been favored. Maybe in some games, the opponent would have been favored in those, but it was close either way. It'll be interesting to see how different these feel, or if they feel different than that 4-game stretch last year for the next, especially for those that Rutgers and Indiana game going forward.
Yeah. Jack Mitchell from KLIN. Thanks, Jack.
Thank you, Jack. Good stuff.
See you guys later.
Yep. We'll be back. And Mitch Sherman will join us in a little while. And we've got some Inside the Numbers and more on Saturday's game on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grim for Circus Sports Iowa. In case you somehow haven't noticed yet, the baseball has been amazing today. This is also just the beginning. Circus Sports Iowa is your home for all things postseason baseball. Tight money line splits, live in-game lines that update every single break, and all the props your heart can handle. The most exciting time of the baseball season can also be the most exciting time of your baseball season with Circus Sports Iowa. And when you do win a lot in the postseason, Circus Sports Iowa won't punish you by limiting your account like some of the other guys. Because Circus Sports Iowa are very cool and they don't want to harsh your vibe. Pair that with the hospitality of Las Vegas, which I can tell you from personal experience is very top tier. Then you don't have an excuse to not use Circus Sports Iowa to bet like a pro anywhere in the great and beautiful state of Iowa. Experience the postseason the way it needs to be experienced. Games are waiting for you right now on the Circus Sports Iowa app. Download it today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
So now we wait to see if the Braves can come back and win the second game and clinch their spot into the playoffs, or if the Mets win, the Diamondbacks get in. And that's how it goes.
Is that starting an hour? Is that the turnaround?
It says 3:50. So it's going to start. Wow, it's only going to 20 minutes from now.
Baseball.
So that's a quick turnaround. That's like
the
old
College World
school.
Series, right,
It's like,
John?
Well, I think
Remember triple header day?
I think the turnarounds in the College World Series are longer than what they were giving them. But it's time to look at some numbers, shall we? From the game on Saturday on the defensive side. Havoc was back. Havoc was back, folks. 23% Havoc rate, third best of the year. They are right now Havoc again. For those of you who are unfamiliar, it's the percentage of plays where the defense forces a fumble, breaks up a pass, gets a TFL, or an interception. Havoc plays. They did not have any quarterback hurries. They either sacked the guy or they didn't sack the guy.
It's so weird that doesn't count as a hurry. It should. It should count as both. It should be a hurry and a sack.
No.
You want it to be like separate stats?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm fine with it.
All right.
But what I would count a quarterback hurry in Havoc, but
that's
the
stupid
definition that I've seen in many places is they don't count it.
That's
they count it in the NFL because they believe the stat keeping is more consistent. They don't count it in college because, what defines a hurry is they don't trust the college people, the hometown.
Oh, yeah, because it's all, there was that funny bit that Alex Kirshner did over the offseason where he was like, there's this school that's counting way too many tackles for one of their players. It was really, really funny.
Right.
And then the school got mad at him.
Yeah.
Very good stuff. Anyway.
5 sacks in the game, second most this season. But the sack rate, because the number of pass attempts weren't as high as Colorado, 17% sack rate. So for the season, Nebraska's at 9% sack rate. Last year for the season, it was 7. So we're a little bit better in that department.
And yet again, though, I would say they are up and down depending on the matchup.
Well, sure.
This is now 2 games with 11 total, right? The Colorado, they had 6, and Saturday they had, and then what do they have otherwise? Not a whole lot.
Exactly.
Just need to see more consistency in terms of sacks. Need to see more.
4 yards per play allowed. 17th straight game under 6.
That's good. That's good stuff.
Which is only 4 behind the we'll call it the 21st century program mark, which is 21 in a row from the 2008 to 2010 seasons. Only 1.6 yards per carry allowed. Second best total of the season.
Wow.
And it's the 5th time under Mr. White that the Huskers have yielded less than 2 yards per carry in a game.
Nice. And he has only been the coach for 17 games.
17 games. On the offensive side, Dylan, it was his lowest completion percentage of the year. What a bum.
Oh, my gosh. Get it together.
But he did average 9 yards per attempt, which is his second best of the season.
Behind what? What's the other?
I don't have that right in front of me at the moment.
I think it was Illinois.
It's another +1 in the turnover column.
Dude.
Nebraska's points off turnovers this year.
Wow, look at this number.
31-0
That is crazy.
Well, when you've only turned the ball over
3 times.
3 times, and the other team hasn't scored because of it, either directly because of it or on the ensuing drive after it.
Wow, that's good stuff, man.
Nebraska has now either won or split the turnover margin in the first 5 games. That is the longest streak since 2018.
When did that streak happen in 2018? Was that when they were finally
middle
winning?
of the season?
Okay,
Yeah,
I was going to say, because they were up.
When they started winning games.
They won 4 games that year, Nick.
It's a lot of games.
No, it's not.
Nebraska has not had a streak of 6 or more, which is what they would do if they got there this week, since 2009.
Big game to get to it to given what you said a few minutes ago about Rutgers.
And the fact that they don't give up explosive plays.
Severe keeps texting me because of what you said. He's sending me screenshots now.
You know
look at this. Look at this. He sent a screenshot. They're near the bottom of the Big Ten. Who?
Talk to Matt Rule, because I was
Michael,
quoting Matt
text
Rule.
John. John was the one who said it. I didn't say
Matt
it.
Rule. That's what Matt Rule said today at his press conference.
Well, you quoted the guy who lies.
I quoted him.
Yeah, you
I
don't
quoted him.
You don't want to quote someone who lies.
They do it on the cable news all the time.
Yeah, well, I thought you hated those channels.
I know.
So you are what you hate?
I am.
I guess so.
Nebraska ran just 59 plays. And in last year's Purdue win, they ran 59 plays.
Interesting.
And those are pretty low totals, actually. Seeing yellow, 165 Purdue penalty yards, Nebraska 94.
A lot of flags, John. A lot of flags.
Yeah,
a lot of flags.
It was pretty
behind the flags.
Behind the flag.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, yeah. So Michael has corrected you. He said that's why I tweeted a correction because he's wrong. To be fair, Michael, you texted a correction. But yes, they are near the bottom in 30-plus yard plays allowed of the Big Ten. They're 17th out of 18 teams. So maybe you can do big plays against this defense. Maybe you can.
You know what's going to be funny?
What?
When Nebraska gets no big plays. Well, I'm gonna lean over my little table there and I say, "I told you, Michael. I was quoting Matt Rule."
And he'll look at you with his binoculars.
With his binoculars.
What?
What is that idiot saying?
Yep, that's exactly what he'll say. What is that idiot saying?
Well, it depends. Sometimes Michael's sitting right below me, and sometimes they move him way down to the end. You know,
yeah.
He's always moving around. They're always moving him around.
Yeah.
But yeah, he gets to sit in the front row, and I don't.
Is that a race thing that you're saying?
Yeah, they're being ginger racist.
Well, understandably so.
Put the ginger up in the high seats.
And understandably so. You always brag about how good your vision is. Maybe they're like, oh, he doesn't need to be as close. His vision is good.
Yeah.
You have said that before.
Yeah, but we're all getting old.
Yet again, we have reached a Monday at 3:30, and I feel like we barely talked about the game. We need to unpack many, many things when we return.
Do we?
Well, I want to talk
I don't want to talk about that first half.
Well,
it really made me mad.
I do want to talk about the run game a little bit with you. I do want to talk about the run game.
We got all week.
Okay,
do we have to?
Well, we'll start talking about Rutgers and their non-explosive giving up defense.
Non-explosive giving up defense.
Non-explosive play giving up defense. It's got to be your ball.
16-20 the zone.
Comment from Hokie Skir. John not wanting to talk football, and this surprises you. The sky is blue and water is wet. What else is new? We actually unpacked water being wet in the in Dumb Debates.
And it is wet.
No, it's not wet.
No, it is.
Oh, I thought it wasn't.
At a molecular, I don't think it is.
It's not. We learned that. Stibbs looked it up for us, Nick.
No, it is.
Hmm.
That's what. I'm not going down that road.
By the way,
I don't want to be accused of not talking about football.
So, by the way, Michael did indeed tweet a correction. I thought he meant he tweeted at you or he tweeted at me. He tweeted. I think he subtweeted Matt Rule earlier. Is what he did.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty good.
Right.
I like that, Michael.
Well, I'm good. I'm glad he's calling out the right person.
Did he do it in the shirt?
I don't know.
I mean, Matt Rule is running a campaign because he's fighting for Nebraska, and just like all political candidates these days, he's obviously telling lies.
Sam, right? And then you parroted that lie. John Bishop, the Sean Hannity of the Grum.
This is what I get for trusting
Hannity
a guy
Bishop
from Pennsylvania.
Nice. Sam writes, these next 3 weeks have quickly turned into a gauntlet of solid teams, solid coaches, and goofball coaching personalities that have the MO of being able to dismantle the mind of a Nebraska fan, i.e. Signetti and Schiano. Coach Siggs.
I would say that
Coach Siggs,
I don't
baby.
know if it's
Siggy.
I don't know if it's turned into that. We've always looked at this stretch as being
okay, fair,
pretty treacherous.
But I think that the schedule I think these next 2 games are much tougher than I thought they were in the preseason.
Well,
it was treacherous because it was more like, can they get to 7-0? Now it's treacherous because it's like, they're playing good teams. One of them's finally ranked, and the other's just outside.
But I will admit, I was also. I famously called out Indiana months ago.
You did. Shout out to John.
And I thought the Rutgers game was going to be tough. So
yeah,
I guess
for sure.
from my perspective,
look at you.
I'm just saying, from my perspective, I was already looking at these games like, I don't know about this.
You were on the Siggs bandwagon early. I was not, and I've been way off on that. And for that, Coach Siggs,
well, he's done a lot better than I thought.
Dude, they
I looked at that more that hey, by the time they get to that game, they'll start to feel good about things. I didn't think they'd come blowing out of the gates like Secretariat.
Yeah. Oh, nice reference. And here's the thing that impressed me most about their win over Maryland. So they won 42-28, 510 total yards. Where is it at? So they threw 2 picks. They had 4 total turnovers to 0 for Maryland. So they finally had a game where they were
-4,
and they won by 2 touchdowns.
I don't think it was really that close.
It was not.
It was like they were really stressed.
They were. They had a really good game against them. Really good game. And so I continue to be impressed. They're going to the Tiny Baby Stadium on the lake this weekend. Yeah, 2:30 game against Northwestern. So another game at the same time as Nebraska.
Yeah.
And then they're off, man. They're gonna be a 6-0 bowl team. And like if I'm an Indiana fan, I start dreaming about scooting into the back door of the playoff. Nebraska, Washington, Michigan State. Then they do have Michigan and Ohio State late before Purdue. I mean, this is a team that can keep piling up wins. Now, is that schedule going to be good enough to get them in? Maybe not, but they're playing some really good football. I'm excited to turn on the television and watch more of them in the coming weeks.
5-0 for the first time since '67, the last time they won the Big Ten, and wow, 5 straight double-digit margin victories for the first time since 1905 to 1906.
Wow. They're good. They're good. A comment from Behringer fan. Rutgers is not just outside the top 25. They have received votes, but they are not just outside. I guess I've always considered if you receive votes, you are just outside.
That's what I look at it as.
25.
If you get votes, you're
just outside.
You're close enough for government work.
Yeah, there are what, 26,
unless
27,
100 different teams are getting votes, which
they're
usually
35th.
Usually it's about
outside,
15 or so teams.
Sorry, Behringer fan, we have a different definition of the word.
And that's fine, whatever.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's the AP poll.
Yeah, why are we
really
getting triggered?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, why are we getting triggered? Well, it does.
Nebraska's not ranked either.
It does from this perspective. The Matt Rule ranked games.
I know.
We're going to have that conversation again in a couple weeks. But
was it 2-20?
2-20
against ranked teams.
2-20. Yeah.
2-20.
Who were the 2?
They were both when he was at Temple.
Right.
Yeah.
One
Jimmy
was
writes,
Navy, and I can't remember what the other one was.
Jimmy, don't call me Chavez/Allen.
Nice.
Writes, Indiana is a perfect example of why Nebraska fans get triggered and want success immediately at times. The give it 4 years is frustrating for this fan base at this point.
Give it 4 years.
Sorry, Jimmy. Also, I mean, Indiana's schedule had an incredible runway They played FIU, Western Illinois, UCLA, Charlotte, and Maryland. That's a nice runway.
Well, and keep in mind, he brought over, 11 dudes?
He brought over a lot of guys.
I mean, it's a little bit different. Every situation is different. I get it. We all want to point to, well, it was done here, and it was done here, and it was done here. I get that.
Yeah.
But
Navy and Penn State, by the way.
There's only
Thank you, Michael.
There's only some
the ranked ones.
There's only some thing. I mean, there's only so much you can do. And listen, that Nebraska is building back.
Better.
They are coming back.
Nice.
They are. I mean, they're 4-1.
People love microwaves.
They're
I'm an air fryer
4-1.
guy, but people love the microwave. You can heat up a slice of pizza in like 30 seconds.
But then it's all mushy and soggy, and it's not as good.
You want it crispy.
Yeah. That's how I warm up my pizza. I'm willing to wait.
That's what I did for lunch today.
5 or so minutes.
It was good. It was very good.
It was great.
Yeah. Wow. Great.
Tony the Tiger over here.
They're great.
I mean, spot the line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know what to say to people like Jimmy. I'm sorry that it's not going as fast as you want. Like this is what you get with Matt Rule. That's what they hired him for.
Sure.
Also, they're 4-1. They're 4-1.
Well, now it does beg the question.
They won by 18, which is what I picked.
Because I noticed that there were some people taking, I don't know if it was taking umbrage, but thinking that Matt Rule might be goalpost moving a bit. Because it was Because it was a couple of weeks ago, he talked about how good this team was. And now the word being used is
bad. They're bad.
No, not bad, but
mediocre.
Growing.
Okay, that's stupid.
I know.
That's stupid. Who's getting mad at this?
They'll put it on the internet.
Some people.
Yeah.
See, but again,
I don't want to talk about
the first 3 games gave us a certain view. And because fans generally, and this isn't just a Nebraska thing, but fans generally see something like that and instantly start dreaming of bigger and better things. And then when you get startled and woken up from the dream, you're like, wait a minute, why can't it be like the dream?
Yeah.
And it jars people. And then you back it up with a first half that we saw where there were a boatload of mistakes, and it just felt like another one of those games that Nebraska was trying to give away.
Yeah, and instead they won by 18. They're up 28-3 at one point in time. Star Wars Fiend says, if I remember correctly, we had these same talks in 16 with Mike Riley starting off 7-0. So I'll push back. I don't think these talks are like those talks were, because those talks were people finding reasons not to believe in what was happening.
There were a lot of people waiting for the other shoe to drop, knowing that the other shoe would drop.
Correct. This is more, I thought it would be better. That's the sense that I'm getting from the it's like, I thought they would look better, or I thought things would look cleaner. And our next guest, and we'll talk to Mitch in a few minutes, he is someone who pointed out in his Sunday column, he mentioned it this morning with Happer on Locked On, that like, this is what a lot of college football looks like. A lot of it looks like this, where it's just like, you're not super great, you make mistakes, you have weird halves, and then you pick up a win. Like, a lot of college football looks that way. Like, think of all the things we said about Illinois last week, and it's like, they go on the road and they held up very, very well against Penn State.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very well against Penn State.
Well, we'll be joined by Mitch Sherman. We'll get his thoughts on that. We haven't talked about Matt Rule Fight Club yet.
No, we have not. I think we did with Jack. You brought up the fight quote with Jack.
No. This is different.
Oh, okay.
This was the pregame stuff going on in West Lafayette.
Is
where
Matt
they
Rule
basically
Tyler Durden?
Did the whole Oklahoma drill deal.
We have not talked about that.
Yeah, Matt
His
Rule
name was
Fight
Robert
Club.
Paulson.
His name was Robert Paulson.
And it does make sense because Matt Rule, like a good candidate, is fighting for Nebraska.
Text from the 402, you can still be good and growing.
Yes, you can.
That's what she said.
Yes, you can. I agree.
Indeed.
We can also talk about the running game, or maybe it's the running lame.
Nice. Classic John nickname.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
we
you,
all
John.
do, Nick.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will join us in a moment on 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joins us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Mitch, good afternoon. How are things?
Things are well. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good.
Not bad. We had an interesting conversation a few minutes ago with Mr. Jack Mitchell about the post-game quotes from Matt Rule and just kind of his overarching theme, or at least what I felt was his theme. And, he went into that when he was talking about the penalty that he got on himself about, hey, someone's got to fight for Nebraska. And on the surface, it was a, hey, if the refs are giving us the business, I need to fight back. But I don't know, because you were there, you heard it, you got a sense of his attitude. There was a part of me that thought that Matt Rule's entire demeanor in that press conference was him sensing the conversation around the team, in that there would be a lot of focus on how ugly the first half was and how there would be some impatience and maybe there'd be too much negativity, and that Matt Rule was really wanting to emphasize, hey, look at how we fought. Look at how we came back. Look at how we overcame. Look at how we dominated. I'm curious how you came away from Saturday's post-game scrum and then just kind of bleeding into the new week in terms of where Matt Rule is.
Yeah, he was back to normal today, but he was fiery for sure on Saturday. And I think that was just the culmination of a week. First of all, it was a long week because there was an extra day after Nebraska lost to Illinois on September 20th. And you had that whole weekend where they had to sit and hear about it and think about it. And some guys tried to get away from it, which was probably a difficult thing to do. And I think that the mood around Nebraska, they do a pretty good job, this coaching staff, even if they're trying not to do this. It's hard to escape getting a sense of what the vibe is around the state, around the Nebraska fan base. And I haven't asked anyone this, but my perception is that they picked up a bit of a different feeling after the first loss this year than what they experienced last year when Nebraska lost games. It was somewhat of a honeymoon a year ago. And, you had the two losses to begin the year, which were somewhat forgiven because of the quarterback situation, the fact that it was the beginning of a coaching regime. And then from there, the expectations had been set in a different way. 4 of the rest of the 5 losses came in November. And I don't think it ever really got contentious. It never really got to where it got last week, right off the bat, when Nebraska lost 1 game. It was, it was more like seasons previous to 2023 when there was a loss and Nebraska fans, media, whatever, Husker Nation, you might say overreacted. I think in the eyes of coaches, it's probably an overreaction, but it's kind of just typical around here where there's a dramatic reaction to a loss, just like there's a dramatic reaction to a big win. And that was somewhat new. And I think it opened their eyes. It affected the mood around the program. And that was evident. That was evident both, I think, in the way that Nebraska played at the beginning of that game when it was pressing and trying too hard when it got down in scoring range. I think it was evident in Rule's demeanor, as you called it, John, after the game when he there's just more of an edge to Matt Rule and really the way that he answered several questions.
Mitch, do you think, and I'm going to use like a phrase here, is he like too online? Like, is he too ears to the ground with the discourse surrounding Husker football?
Oh, that's a loaded question for me. I don't know. I mean, don't you want your head coach to be in touch and know what's going on? I think it helps him coach the team. I don't think that he's reading social media during the week, but he also has people around him whose job it is to let him know what's happening. And I think maybe that can get to be a bit much, and maybe they need to like change the filter just a little bit. So like the head coach isn't getting everything that's out there. Like there are necessary things I think that he should know about and wants to know about. If there's a fault here in this, and I think Matt Rule would be one of the first to admit this. Like he has a tendency to micromanage things like within his program, and it's hard to micromanage them outside of your program. Like that's part of one of his strengths too is like he's got his thumb on everything inside the program, and you just can't have that when it comes to the outside noise. And I don't think he wants to, but it's kind of his nature to control a lot of stuff, and it's in a week like last week, that can become something that creates a distraction within the program. And was Nebraska distracted last week? Yeah, I mean, I think it's human nature. They're coming off the first loss of the season, and there was a lot of noise. And I think it again to repeat myself, I think it impacted the mood around Lincoln.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 42 Degrees the Source Hotline. A couple weeks ago, Rule said that Ed Foley is the right guy for the job to fix the ails of the special teams. And as we've seen in recent years, this has been a particularly sensitive issue for previous Husker head coaches, which when things continue to not get fixed or spiral in a wrong direction, it actually led to people questioning the head coach more so than even the special teams coordinator.
Yeah.
Is Rule dangerously tickling with a similar path if this thing doesn't straighten out to some degree this year, as much as it can anyway?
I don't think he's putting himself at risk. Not this year.
Right.
That's not a conversation that people will be having. I mean, special teams has to be addressed.
Yeah.
And look, when you talk, if you're comparing this situation to what happened with Scott Frost, first of all, Frost didn't have an on-field special teams coordinator, and most of the calls for him when special teams was going awry early in his time at Nebraska was have somebody coach this on the field, or have a coach who's dedicated to this. That was the first rally cry, and then he got a coach dedicated to it, but that coach wasn't on the field. He was an analyst, and at that time, analysts were not allowed to coach on the field, or at least they weren't supposed to. Which led to another problem for Scott Frost when that analyst did, in fact, coach on the field.
Oh, we remember that
program put on probation. And then, finally, he did hire a special teams coordinator, but it was too late. That was before the 2022 season, and he lasted 3 games that year. So there were other issues, obviously, of a dysfunctional nature around the program that I think led people justifiably to question things about Scott Frost because of the way that he managed special teams. And I don't believe there's a parallel there with what's happening with Matt Rule. And he also has the ability to make changes to the special teams as far as how they're being directed without throwing out Ed Foley. Like, I mean, you can shift some responsibilities, and Foley has been with Rule for a long time, since Temple, and they're going to continue to be together. That doesn't mean that it's the right thing to do to just run this thing back and run it out there if Nebraska continues to see the production that it has on special teams over the last, it's 17 games. It hasn't been great really since the beginning. So we'll see what happens, and it just can't go on and continue like this forever. And I think there's definitely an urgency at this point to get some things fixed, to get a lot of things fixed. It's not just the snapping and the kicking. And Rule kind of went on that today and said, look, there's a lot of good things that are happening in special teams. We're focusing a lot just on the kicking aspect of it. The fact is, the other numbers aren't good either. The numbers aren't great in the returns and in the coverage. And, even he touted Brian Buschini and talked about the good job that Buschini's doing. And he made some important tackles and fired up the team. And I do think he's doing a good job, but Nebraska's net punting numbers are bad also. And part of that has to do with the kicker being in harmony with his coverage unit. And that hasn't always been the case. So it's kind of just like all a little bit of a mess on special teams right now. And whatever they can do to address it now in the season, I think they need to look at.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there a fix in season, or is this just going to be something where by the end of the year, people are going to be darn near expecting a change to be made?
I don't know. You can't just throw your hands up in the middle of the season and say, well, we're playing games right now, so let's not fix this. There's 7 games left. Like there's a bye week next week. And, I don't think it's cause for like dramatic change or whatever, but you can make some shifts, find a way to, if something's not working in the middle of a season at running back, they're going to address it. They're going to try to fix it. So special teams shouldn't be any different.
Talking with Mitch Sherman of The Athletic here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Moving to one of the other issues this team has, a consistent run game. Now, when you look at the raw numbers, they actually met my 155 plan. 150 yards rushing, 5 yards per carry. They actually did, but it took Ja'Cory Barney and, dare I say, gimmicking up the run game to get there. Do you sense that this is kind of going to be the way moving forward? Because at this point, we're deep enough into the season with defenses theoretically should be getting better. I can't imagine the sledding is going to get easier running between the tackles.
Well, a couple things there. I think Micah Mazuka is their best offensive lineman when it comes to run blocking. And I know Rule went out of his way to call him a backup today, and they're easing him back into things after he was suspended last week and then missed the previous 2 games. But if you can get him back in there in a role where he's playing a lot, I think that helps Nebraska's run game and in between the tackles. And Barney's just going to be part of this. Like, yeah, it may look gimmicky to run him on sweeps, but that's going to be part of their offense. I think they're going to have to continue to find ways to get him creatively involved in the run game even more, because he's very effective doing it. And not just him. I think Jalen Lloyd can do it, and I think they'll probably they attempted to get Carter Nelson involved in that way. You might see Heinrich Harburg. You could see Isaiah Nair. There's no shortage of options that Nebraska could look to help out the backs carry a load in the run game. If you're not going to run the quarterback, which has been Nebraska's bread and butter for a long time, then there are opportunities to be creative and get playmakers who don't play the running back position involved. So it may look gimmicky, but it's not gimmicky as far as how much Nebraska intends to rely on that part of its offense on those players to contribute to the run game. And then with the backs, it should work. I think it should get better. Look at who they have. It's not like the cupboard is bare for Nebraska at running back. The trio who are getting the bulk of the carries, and now that Emmett Johnson's back into the mix, Dowdell and then Ramir and Emmett Johnson, that's a good group. Does it have a Heisman candidate? Does it have an all Big Ten candidate? No, but they all bring a little bit something different, and they all can be effective. And I think if mixed the right way, that can be a group that gets some things done for Nebraska on the ground. Not to the tune of 300 yards a game. They don't need that, but I think they can be effective. They just need some room to run, and Nebraska has to find a way to block for them and get that mix together. And then also, as teams adjust to Dylan Raiola and defend the strengths that Nebraska has on offense, you're not going to see loaded boxes. Teams are going to get back and Rutgers is going to play this quarters defense, and teams as Nebraska moves forward, if its run game is not a strength, they're going to defend the pass differently against Raiola than what we've seen for much of the first 5 games of the season. And that should lead to some more opportunities to have balance and running room for this offense. So I don't think it's a lost cause.
Are you as curious as I am, Mitch, about how they divvy up carries? And in particular, if Emmett Johnson continues to climb on the depth chart, or not even really climb, but just start getting more. Like, I don't know. I feel like he is the best. He is the best overall back. Maybe he's not the best at a particular thing, but I think overall he is the best back.
Well, yeah, they put him back as co-number 1 with the other 2 on the depth chart today. So I think that's a sign. And then the way that they played those backs and rotated them on Saturday at Purdue is a sign that they're going to treat all 3 of those guys equally. And if one gets the hot hand, and Emmett kind of had that on Saturday, then that's the way they'll go. But Rule also mentioned today that they like to go with Dowdell first because he runs with such power and he can do some things to soften up a defense. Then you come back with that change of pace, and Emmett, who does a nice job in making the first guy miss better than Dowdell does. Dowdell doesn't necessarily try to make the first guy miss. he wants to run him over. And that's an effective plan. So if they think that's what's going to work, I think that's the direction they'll go. And then if they need to switch that up additionally, they'll be open to that after another game or two.
Mitch, you mentioned Micah Mazuka a little bit ago. Rule said he's still on the team, but I thought it was particularly telling when he mentioned that, hey, he's a backup. And part of the reason why I'm not really talking about him much is we kind of consider him a backup at this point. He also acknowledged that he's got the Player Leadership Council kind of helping advise on how to handle this situation. What have you made so far about this story as it seems to get just a little more odd by the passing
stranger
day?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, there's been some twists and turns for sure, and it hasn't been real consistent from the beginning because he missed the Northern Iowa game, as you know, and then there was kind of the change in status going into the Illinois game where he wasn't going to be available for that game, and then closer to the game it was, well, he's available, but he's not going to play, and then things sounded like they were getting closer to being back on track before the Purdue trip, and then toward the end of the week, it was determined that he wouldn't make the Purdue trip. And okay, so it comes out today that he was suspended for that game when, clearly that was something that emerged late in the week. So yeah, I mean, there have been changes and developments and just twists and turns in this story of with what's going on. Rule has said he's got things that he's working out. It's when he's right and he's good and things are good with him. I think he's Nebraska's best, not just their best offensive lineman in the run game. He could just be their best offensive lineman, period. So we'll see. They could sure benefit, with the issues that they've had on the line, being down to their third left tackle at this point in Gunnar Gatula. They could sure stand to have some stability in the middle and have not just Henry Lutovsky out there at right guard, but have Mazuka available and get him reps wherever it works best, because I think they're a better team when he's on the field, but it's got to be right for the team too, to have him out there.
Mitch, I think it was Jack Mitchell, myself, and you during the College World Series, and we were talking about the first 7 games, and because I for whatever reason, June is when the 7-0 stuff really started, kind of peaking. Mm-hmm. And if I remember right, you were like, I'm not going to expect that. And I think that even 5-2 would make for a pretty good start. They are a 1-1 record away in the next 2 games from going into the Ohio State game at 5-2. Is that the most likely record that they have going in? And I wonder if it is, what would you say is the second most likely record that they'll go into Columbus with?
Yeah, I think it probably is. I mean, splitting these next 2 games against a decent Rutgers team, but one that it would. Nebraska's favored in this game, and I think that's a correct line. Nebraska should be favored in this game at home, and won't be favored at Indiana, which is going to be 6-0 most likely when the Huskers go there in 2 weeks. So, yeah, 1-1 in this stretch I think is the most reasonable to expect. It's between 2-0 and 0-2. I would suppose I would lean toward. I'm having a hard.
I know it's a tough one.
Toward 2-0.
I don't know my answer for the record, so that's why I was asking.
They're like even. I mean, it's like 50% that they're going to be 1-1, 25% that they're going to be 0-2, 25% that they're going to be 2-0. And what a huge the bigger thing is what a huge difference that would be between 6-1 and 4-3. You're 4-3 going to Ohio State, and you're really feeling like that the heat is on. It's tough. Like you're headed down a road in November that feels a lot like last season. So if they're going to avoid that, obviously that puts a huge amount of importance on this Rutgers game here, because you lose the Rutgers game and then you're an even bigger underdog at Indiana. So this isn't all the games are important like this, but this one this week there's some juice on this game.
Yeah, there is. And I made the comment last week, Mitch, that I thought personally that the Purdue game was well-timed for Nebraska, given the circumstances and how things transpired against Illinois. But now I look at this week, and I'm not so sure that this isn't the opposite of that it's not particularly well-timed, given the style that Rutgers plays, where maybe some of their strengths and Nebraska's weaknesses match up. And, just given the overall toughness and the inability for Nebraska to seemingly string together 4 solid quarters of football. So as we get Rutgers week started, how do you see this matchup early on?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you got to play this game sometime. You got to play all these teams sometime. So, I mean, if it's not timed right, like what game would be timed right? I mean, you put UCLA here, you put Wisconsin here.
Yeah.
Those are after this, those are probably the 2 weakest opponents on Nebraska's schedule, and they're going to get them in November regardless. I mean, is the matchup as favorable as it was for Nebraska going to Purdue? Absolutely not. But it's another team that's had a little bit of struggles stopping the run. And while Nebraska didn't run the ball great against Purdue, at least it was able to get enough done so that Purdue couldn't do what Illinois did against Dylan Raiola and just sell out in the second half to send pressure at him and stop him. Rutgers is going to send pressure at Raiola, and Rule said as much today in the press conference. Like, they expect that Rutgers is going to try to rattle him and get to him. And so I think from that standpoint, it's good that Dylan has seen that, and that he's back at home where, although he looks pretty comfortable on the road, but that he's back at home where he's going to be even more comfortable. I don't think the matchup is especially bad for Nebraska. Rutgers is a good running team offensively. You have Kyle Monungai, who's a great back, and that's going to be how they want to establish the tone. And I don't look at this Nebraska defense, in spite of how it performed against the run against Northern Iowa and Illinois, and even Maccabee got a few yards. I think that they can be up to the challenge. I mean, if Rutgers starts to throw the ball all over the place, and then they can go to Monungai in the second half and say, all right, stop us now, that's a problem. But we'll see. It's not like I mean, Rutgers is undefeated, and they've beaten Virginia Tech and they've beaten Washington. They're going to come in with momentum and confidence, but I mean, they're not. This is not Ohio State.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, thanks again. Appreciate it. Should be a fun game. I've been actually looking forward to this one for a while, just because I didn't know. I had a feeling what Rutgers might be. I had a feeling I thought what Nebraska might be, and here we are. I'm almost halfway through the season, and there are some things that I have been confirmed and others that have not. So I think
remember some people at the beginning of the year said this was the toughest of the first 7 games.
That's true. That is true.
Wow, yeah.
Oh, how wrong we might have been. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. Mitch, thanks.
Thank you, Mitch.
All right, thanks, guys.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic.
I put out the poll question. So we all agree 1-1 is, well, I guess I don't know if we all agree. Most people would agree 1-1 is the more likely record, or most likely record for the next 2. That's what the math says. They're favored in 1. They'll probably be dogs in the other. All right. So I'm not even giving that an option. What is more likely in the next 2? 2-0 or 0-2? 2-0 or 0-2? 41,
right, so
41 quick votes and 61%.
Extremist Josh going with the extremes.
Just
You're
asking.
2-0 or
Look,
0-2.
They're going to go.
No,
one.
that's a good.
They're going to go 1-1. I think they're going to go 1-1. But maybe I'm wrong. So what's more likely? If 1-1 is off the table, 2-0 or 0-2. And Mitch is right. You go 0-2. Man, going into that Ohio State week, because you're going to drop that. So then you're looking down the barrel at 4-4, and it does suddenly feel like last year all over again. On the other hand, so I don't want to do what I did last week, and that was fork in the road. Tom Chattel wrote about the win over Purdue. He said it could be the second half that saved this season. And sure enough, if they win this week again, and dare I say, if they were to go 2-0, people would look back and say, wow, they got it together in that second half, and off they went. But this one is massive. This game is so massive. This is not referendum massive. It's just more massive for the course of this season because of what is at the end of that first 7-game stretch. Big game. Looking forward to it. Happer and I have overreaction for you.
All right. Well, we can go in a lot of different directions when we come back.
We got so many things still.
Because there are a lot of things. Heck, we didn't even talk about what happened over the weekend in college football and the NFL.
Oh, remember that game? Thank you, Nick. Remember that game on Saturday? It was kind of like the Braves-Mets game. It was like, wah!
Oh, yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was.
Speaking of Braves and Mets.
Yeah, how's that game going?
It's scoreless in the second. And so far, the Mets appear to be trying. Oh, wait. Base hit.
There you go, Josh.
Braves
got
lead
the
1-0.
lead. Everything's fine. Braves are fine.
1-0
Nothing bad will
Braves.
happen now.
All right, we will continue. More discussion. The running game.
Oh, boy.
Matt Rule Fight Club.
Yeah. And more.
On 1620 The Zone.
Beringer fan says 2-0 more likely. Jordan says 0-2 easily. I don't trust this team to win either game at the moment.
Well,
Taryn says also don't want to go into a bye week, idle week, with a loss.
Hold that thought. We'll update the poll here in a few minutes, but go vote right now. JTech Construction's own Twitter page. Which is the most likely scenario? 0-2 or 2-0 between the Rutgers and the Indiana games?
Yeah, Dave Bartu has even chimed in, so we can get to that in a little bit as well.
That'll be interesting.
Yep.
A little K-Ford update from last week. The good news is Nebraska's now up to 7.1 projected wins. And
let's go, Nick. They're back.
And
I don't understand these projections sometimes.
What?
Well, because they beat a team that they were already projected to beat.
But now they have the win in their back pocket. So they already have it. Instead of having a 90% chance of winning, and there's still a 10% chance to lose, they won it. And they only went up by 0.4. So it's not like they gained a ton.
Now, those of you who are maybe voting 0-2 right now and then expecting the doom, as of right now, K Ford says there's a 92% chance that Nebraska wins 6 games this year.
Oh, look at that.
6 or more, I should say. 6 or more.
Would you look at that?
There's a 69% chance of Nebraska winning 7 or more games this year.
Take that, haters.
In terms of the power rankings, Nebraska improved 5 spots to number 31.
Look at that. How about oh, you got more?
Defensively, they're back into the top 10 after falling out.
Let's go. What about offense? Oh, about special teams?
Offense last week was 69.
Nice.
Now they're 63.
Oh, not as nice, but better. Special teams, John?
There are 134 teams that play FBS college football.
Okay.
Nebraska, in special teams power ranking, according to K Ford ratings, is number 132.
Whoa, too high!
Who's last?
There's 2 teams behind Nebraska. Right. I don't know.
You go tell us, Nick. Go look at the K Ford power ratings.
I don't know if he's.
Yeah, I don't actually know.
I don't know if he separates.
You'd have to look at every team by team. How about this though, John? Everyone's pooping in their pants and their diapers about this Rutgers game this week.
Yeah,
57% chance to win last week, up to 60 now.
It was above 60% to beat Illinois.
Okay, well, why are you like you are? Why are you the person that you are?
I'm just here to spit out the facts.
Max says tough look for Ed Foley.
There wasn't a lot of change in terms of the win percentiles. The Wisconsin game went up to 69% chance of a win.
How about this fact? Every game, they have a more likely chance to win this week versus last week, except for Indiana, which remained the same. But they went from 4% chance over Ohio State to 5%, 76 to 79 versus UCLA, 21 to 23 versus USC, 64 to 69 versus Wisconsin, and 33 to 37 versus Iowa. Look at that. They're better.
There you go.
Everything's fine.
We retweeted this, including last week's from the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. In fact, I'll go
What's
hit
that? What's that?
Well, that graphic we were just relating.
Okay. Well, I tweet from Front Office Sports. We don't have to discuss this, but it says that Adam Schefter could be a candidate to replace Woj as the senior NBA insider.
Oh, I can't wait for Scheft bomb.
In this scenario, he would be the ultimate insider. That is stupid. He doesn't have the bandwidth. You don't have the bandwidth to do that. That is stupid.
Yeah, why would you want to do that?
Sounds like hell.
He's already
Congrats on making $20 million a year to never go to sleep.
He's going to have 3 phones now.
That'd be so stupid.
And the NFL insider business, not to say that the NBA's isn't, because it is too.
Yeah.
But that's 24/7, 365.
Yeah, it sounds like hell.
Even when the season isn't in season, it's probably busier in some cases. That'd be ridiculous. Well, where would you like to start?
I want to talk
at 4:24 in the afternoon.
Yeah, I know. I want to talk about special teams because I thought you asked a question that I was going to ask. You asked it in a little different way. And so here's how I was going to ask it of Mitch. So now I can ask it of you. Because the biggest conversation coming out of the game is the special teams, right? It's like they won, shout out to the win, but special teams is the biggest, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it is not wild. So now I guess I'm going to give you an opinion and you can respond to it. I do not think that it is wild to say that if they bring him back for 2025, it would be the first bit of goodwill that Matt Rule would lose with this place. I think that it has already reached a place where it is untenable to bring him back for another year.
Wow.
And look, I mean, I guess is the pushback they turn it around, and so maybe am I being wrong in thinking that it is impossible for them to turn it around? I don't think that they will turn it around in special teams. They're going to make some field goals. They're not going to go field goal list for the rest of the year. They'll make extra points. They'll down some punts. They won't give up, 5 kickoff returns for touchdowns. But I think that it has now reached a point where it would be untenable. And so I guess the question is, is that wild to say? Because they were so bad. The whole operation is now bad.
Yeah, it is bad. And I said it during the Frost era. I'll say it here. I think how your special teams operation is a good barometer for the culture inside your football program. Because if that means you've got attention to detail, it's the overlooked part of football. It's become cliche now to say that special teams is overlooked because no one overlooks it.
Yeah.
But when it plays like it looks like it's being overlooked, I think that says bad things about the culture of your program. And I don't think Matt Rule wants it to be that way.
No
one wants it to be that way. But I think it is particularly galling for him right now, someone who, is all about attention to detail, to see the stuff that's going on. And listen, we can talk about the long snaps all we want. But how about the first punt of the game?
Yeah.
Buschini sticks that thing like a 9-iron inside the 5-yard line.
Golf.
And you got people reacting to the return man who's doing the typical faking whatever. And the ball bounces like 5 yards away from anybody and no one's around to get it. And Nebraska had it covered.
And it
almost looked like a fire drill out there.
How about the other one? Was it Ramir who was standing the wrong way, didn't know where the ball was, and then the ball bounces basically into his arms, and he's almost surprised by it?
Yeah.
It's it is.
I mean, it's those things too. It's the misfire against Illinois with the punt coverage. These are things. This is not just a long snapping issue.
No, it is. It is the entire operation. And dare I say, in the Frost era, at least we knew they didn't care about it, and that explained it. It's worse to care and to be this bad.
Yeah.
Because I think they do care. They have a coordinator. He's just not good. And that is inarguable. The numbers, everything backs it up. The numbers back it up. The eye test backs it up. It might have lost them the Illinois game. It did not lose them this game. But if you look at the numbers.
If they'd have played a bet. Okay, if they're playing Rutgers and they play like that, they're losing that game.
They're going to lose.
I don't care what the second half looked like. Because they'd have dug themselves too deep a hole.
We talked about it with K Ford a few weeks ago, but basically he told us that games around that 60% chance to win all the way down to the 30% chance to win. Those are one-score games. Okay, so let's look at numbers that fit inside that bandwidth. Rutgers, Indiana, I guess UCLA not so much, USC just outside of it, Wisconsin, Iowa. All of those games are going to be right in that bandwidth. And so there's a very real world where this costs them again. And so I think very quickly special teams, I think the conversation has gotten, it wasn't 0 miles per hour. It was already going pretty fast. But it's just been such a disappointment. And it very well could cost them games.
It's at the point where anytime Nebraska's special teams is on the field, you kind of grit your teeth and go, God, I hope.
Dude, every time they kicked the field goal, it was scary. It was frightening. And obviously they left many, many points out there on the field.
And even if you want to be the one to say, well, I think you're overreacting to the other stuff, it is just about the long snapper. That's why the field goal issues are happening. And yes, certainly the bad snaps have thrown off the entire operation. I don't disagree with that at all.
Oh, for sure.
But then here's my question.
Okay.
Who's in charge of finding long snappers?
Yeah, special teams.
Who's in charge of coaching long snappers?
Yeah. Dude, they were, the visual of him being on the field with the band, and the twirlers right behind him, on Saturday.
The fact that a vast majority, sure, there's not everyone can be great at special teams. But the fact that this very simple part of the operation has gone so poorly, and you don't see this at a lot of other places, is a giant red flag. So whether it is in the identifying and finding the right people or in the coaching, it's wrong. It's obviously wrong.
We have seen the defense and more games to come, right? And because they did not play very well versus Illinois, but we know that the defensive side of the ball it's a buttoned up operation and they do really good things. We have seen massive improvement on offense. And look, does a lot of the credit go to one player? Absolutely it does. But we have seen big time improvements from that side of the ball. Special teams they have not even stood pat. They've gotten exponentially worse. They are way worse at special teams right now than they were a year ago. Way worse. And so I think that's where the conversation is reached. 5 games into year 2. And and again, I'm talking about trust. I'm talking about people trusting what you're doing. And I think that would be one of the first things where people would say, they do the whole buddy thing. Mm-hmm. They do the whole, he's keeping him because he's a buddy. I think, we've seen that around here so many times. You don't want that to be the conversation.
Lee wants to know, so John, do you think the culture there is still bad? No, I don't.
Where does that come from?
Well, because I said that special teams is a barometer for your overall health and culture.
Okay, so that must be why Not Horberg says so the whole program is a bleep.
No.
Of course it's not.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying, but to me, and that's why I think, and that's why I agree with what Josh said, that, hey, if this continues in this way, a change will be made. Because I can't envision Matt Rule tolerating this type of incompetence for this long.
It wouldn't fit his MO.
No.
That would be the surprise.
No, it would not at all.
Yeah, that would be the surprise.
It would not at all. Is this going to be about what I said earlier?
I don't know.
Explosive
I hope
plays?
he yells at you. That'd be awesome.
Michael Severe.
No, because it's funny. As soon as he said that during the press conference, I had just done all the numbers this morning. And I'm like, that's not right. So I immediately tweeted them out going, they do give up. I watched the Washington game. Anybody who watched the Washington game, they had like 13 plays over 10 yards against Rutgers.
Well, I was in the car at that time, Michael. I missed your tweet.
That's not what I'm calling about. I do every single, usually midday Sunday after the Saints have lost. I then turn back to college football and I go back and I watch like all the highlight packages from probably 15, 20 teams. I have never seen this many missed field goals across the country. I'm not defending Nebraska. I'm not. But the field goal kicking right now in FBS is brutal. Brutal. Penn State has, I think they're 2 for 6 or something like that. There's a bunch of teams that are underwater in terms of made to attempted. It's just really bad right now, and it's weird because it's so great in the NFL. It makes zero sense. But go on any of the sites and look them up and see how many teams are below 60% in kicking field goals this year. It's ridiculous.
I'm on CFB stats right now.
Yeah.
60% is right now 104. So 104th place. Well, and there's actually a tie there. So it starts with Louisville at 110 is at 57%. So on the way. So that's what? 25 teams. 25 teams are 60% or below. And there are about a dozen teams, including Nebraska, who are below 50% right now in field goals.
Honestly, you'd have to say nowadays you would expect in college football for the average kicker to hit about 75%, right? 3 or 4?
You'd think.
Would you say that? You'd say that. Look at Washington against Rutgers.
He was horrible. He was horrible.
It cost them the game.
Yeah, dude.
He looked scared. That kicker looked scared every time he went out there.
Yeah, especially the last time he went out there. You could see it in his
Dude, he had
eyes.
to run back over to do that when they called the timeout to ice him. He ran. I've never seen a kicker run over to get one extra kick in.
He went to get one practice kick in. But there's something about it. I don't know what's going on with, and maybe because things do change as the season goes along. Maybe it's an early part of the season still. In the second half, teams will rally. It's like I was telling you when I texted you, we're getting no kickoff and punt returns right now for touchdowns. That's not normal. We're 15 under the rate from last year. Something is going on with special teams across the country. It's just not playing as well or being coached as well, or maybe teams are not putting as many starters on there. I don't know, but it's not like it used to be.
I would be curious. I'd be curious to know from California, who is at 124, on down to Southern Miss, who's last in field goal percentage. How many of these have as many short misses as Nebraska?
That'd be interesting.
Because, I mean, all Nebraska's misses have been inside of 40, right?
Yep.
How many of these teams don't have winning records, John? A lot of them, don't they?
Cal does.
State,
Nebraska does.
State, Syracuse, Nebraska.
Georgia Tech, Penn State, Auburn.
There's Rutgers. There's UCF. There's a lot. Minnesota. A lot of these teams have winning records.
Yeah.
But they're horrible at kicking field goal.
That's crazy.
And even the net punting numbers, I was just looking at those on Friday when I was comparing the two teams, and those are down too. It's an epidemic of bad special teams. I don't know how much it has to do with culture, like you were referencing, but it does have something to do with how much time you have to spend preparing for these much more complicated offenses now with your defense, and maybe that cuts into some of the practice time because the offenses are so much more complicated now with so many different things they're doing.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the issue. I don't know.
Could be. All right.
It's a theory.
All right. Remind me to help fix your computer on Saturday.
Please, I will. I will bring it to you first thing.
Michael has, I believe, the same issue that this computer had.
Oh.
You know, because if you listen to Severe Reaction, you'll play the sound bites. It's got the little echo in it.
Oh, yeah, Michael, he got it fixed. Shout out, John. Look at technology, John, getting things done.
I'm good at technology.
Yeah, I'm sure.
He is good. Look, I couldn't figure out the way to silence the crowd mic, and I messed it up, and I went to him. We figured it out. No, John's very good with the computers. I'm fine with that.
Wow. There you go.
He's very good.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to explosive plays, he's
That's Matt Rule's fault. I was listening to the coach. Matt Rule fighting for Nebraska. All right. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you, Michael.
Michael Severe.
Interesting. Where was the comment? Starsfiend, this is turning into a Jimmy Allen conspiracy. I would say this. So let's say Michael's right on the lack of practice time that other schools are like. Everyone's doing it. Man, wouldn't that be an edge that you can find by actually putting more time into it? And I know that the other phases you're on the field more, but it's like if that's what the issue is, it's like then just practice it a little bit more.
See, that's
because you can make huge gains.
And this is.
I don't think that's what it is.
This is why I would push back a little bit. We've got more damn coaches now available to these kids than ever before.
Sure.
Because now every analyst gets to coach on the field.
Yeah.
You've got these staffs are bigger and bigger and bigger all the time. Pretty soon we talk about how, hey, we got a great classroom experience because we have, 8 students for every teacher. And that's better than the other school. They have 15 students for every teacher. We're getting to the point now where we've got 6 players for every coach.
It really, yeah. You're getting a lot of coaches.
So, I mean, maybe there's too much coaching.
Overcoaching.
It's overcoaching.
Too many coach.
You do say that a lot.
All right. Stand by with more. It's still 1-0. Ooh, look at that.
Don't put
the hot dog. Don't put the ketchup on the hot dog.
It's a child, John. Children can put ketchup on hot dogs.
And they put it all over the fries, too. You idiots.
It's a big glizzy.
Just disgusting.
I don't like putting ketchup on the fries.
Interesting. Chick-fil-A at the Braves.
I know
game.
you're not a ketchup person, but
don't put it on there.
Right.
Dip it in
Yes,
it. I would.
cup.
You know what I would do? I
Little
wouldn't
baby.
dump hot sauce all over it either. I want to dip it. Or ranch. I want to dip it. Freaks.
402-951-1620.
Got the poll question to get to, too.
Yes, we'll get to the poll question.
Yep.
And, we still have the Scarlet and the Cream.
And black.
On 1620 zone. So we put out a poll question earlier.
Yep.
Next two games, the Rutgers and Indiana. 1-1 is probably, well, if you believe the power rankings like K Ford, 1-1 is the most likely result because Indiana will be favored against Nebraska just as Nebraska is favored over Rutgers.
And about the same percentage. They have a 60%
Yeah.
chance to win versus Rutgers. They have a 66% chance to lose against Indiana. One is at home, one is on the road.
So with that in mind, which of the extreme results is most likely? A 2-0 record or an 0-2 record? What say the people?
Almost 400 votes since we put this up a half hour ago. 58.3% of our audience says they go 2-0. So just about 42%. Whoa, what's that look there, Nicholas?
That feels too optimistic.
Too optimistic, says Nick.
I'm a 1-1 boy.
Yeah, well, no, it's 2-0 or 0-2.
Yeah, you got to pick one of the two.
Sorry.
Pick a side.
I misunderstood the poll.
Yeah.
0-2.
Yeah, you got to pick a side.
Wow. Classic negative Nick. He had Nebraska not covering, by the way, and Nebraska covered.
I was wrong.
Yeah, say that again.
I was wrong.
Thank you, Nick.
That again.
But yeah, 58% chance say that Nebraska will go 2-0. 42% chance say they go 0-2, which honestly, it surprises me a little bit given how negative everybody seems right now. So people are actually more positive than I was expecting with this. I thought it would be closer to 50-50.
I don't have a great sense. I mean, I'm not saying people are positive about special teams, but negative just in general. I can't really tell if people are positive or negative about Saturday or not.
Mm-hmm.
I believe they're positive because they're looking at the more optimistic side of things, that they're 4-1 and look at that second half.
Yeah. Some other responses. So Dave Bartu responded. Shout out Dave, cfbmatrix.com. You cannot go 0-2 versus those two recruiters. Cannot. I think that would mean negative coach effect losses for Nebraska. Jordan says if they go 0-2, I see no path to a bowl game. And then Dark Husker. I think Dark Husker is making fun of some of us in the media. Says, I can hear it now. We're 4-3. Enjoy it. No, I don't think there will be any enjoy the 4-3.
No, there won't be any of that. I promise you.
Yeah.
Because it'll all be, oh, great. We get 2 weeks to marinate on these losses. And then there's Ohio State.
Yeah.
How are we supposed to possibly make a decision without knowing the eckle of either of these teams?
Well, don't worry, Nick.
Don't worry. The eckle is coming up.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Oh, wait, today? Or are you talking about later in the week?
Eckle is coming?
Yeah.
Scarlet and the cream, baby.
And black.
Hello, Todd.
How's it going, gentlemen?
Hey, Todd.
Good, Todd.
Yeah, I'll just give you my answer on that poll. 2-0. Not even a question on that.
Nice.
Not even a question, Todd says. Okay.
Not even a question. This team should be 5-0. I ain't going to get into the Illinois game, but you saw it.
Okay.
We got one of eight things our way. That's a win. But let's move on. But the special teams, I thought everybody was overacting until Saturday happened. We were 4 out of 6. Both misses, one by Tristan and one by Hoey, were from the left hash, which is where right kicker, that's their least favorite place to be. And well, if they were 16 out of 16 from extra point, I think we're 20 out of 20 from extra point. But yeah, you had a bad day. I seen, you guys see the Missouri Vanderbilt game a couple weeks ago?
Mm-hmm.
They missed 7 field goals between the two kickers.
Yeah.
So I think it came down to the snap through his timing off. He just missed that 40-some yarder. But you watched the one he missed that would have probably won the game against Illinois. I put a lot of that on that. He didn't spin the ball, and when you slow it down, watch it when he kicked that with the laces.
Yeah, he didn't get the laces out.
That thing took to the left, but no, I think Nebraska. I think he's going to get it fixed. Everybody wants to overreact. This is a solid team. Just like you look at, everybody's worried about the Northern Iowa. They had 136 yards rushing against this. That's not 300 or 400, but it seemed a lot because we're used to giving up 60 or 70. So this team is they're focused. They have a lot of veterans on it. They got some exciting freshmen, but I think we take care of business. Damon Benning kind of disagrees with you guys. He thinks this is a great matchup for Nebraska. We got some strength going against some of their weaknesses. So yeah, they're a great running team. but I think they'll take care of business, and in the end, we'll suffer their first loss at home. They're going to be the hype train. Nebraska's going to come over there and pop them. So
Todd is very optimistic.
6-1 going to Columbus, boys.
Okay.
All right, Todd.
Don't really know why the optimism. It was more, a lot of bad about special teams.
Again, I mean, the special teams, it's about the whole operation.
Yeah.
Place kicking, the holding, the snapping, certainly.
Yeah.
The misfire on punt coverage. There's, the inability to down a beautifully placed punt.
It was so beautiful. I'd never seen a punt so good.
I mean,
how did they screw it?
You can, if you want to look at it optimistically, that's fine.
Yeah.
But 132 out of 134.
Gross.
And I'm guessing Bill Conley's
it's not
SP
overrated.
Plus special teams rankings probably have Nebraska pretty low too.
We've heard from that caller before. Very much a positive, boy, to the nth degree. But it has not been overrated or it's not been overblown. Special teams has been horrible.
It will cost them a game if it does not improve. It will.
It already has
cost them a game. Well, yeah, it did. It actually did.
They who knows what happens after that? But if they make a field goal, they have the lead. At the very least, they have the lead.
If they make the field goal, like the ESPN chart shows, their win probability is in the positive.
Definitely. KD says, I fully support Josh's movement to make the hashes narrower. Wide hashes for kicking purposes make no sense. Make the hashes narrow again.
Well, they've never been narrow in college football.
That's true. Make them narrow.
Andy? Hi, Andy.
Yeah. Why is Nick even chiming in on Nebraska going 1-1?
Because he has a
He's
mic.
so negative. He's a freaking Hawkeye fan. He shouldn't even be saying anything about Nebraska. But I just don't understand why he's even chiming in. And by the way, Miami's going to get their ass kicked.
Who?
Miami. They're going to get their ass kicked.
To who?
Tonight.
The Dolphins.
Oh, the Dolphins. I thought you meant the Hurricanes. I was like, what does that have to do with anything?
Oh, my gosh. Come on, Josh.
We're talking about college football right now, Andy. I apologize. I should have put the Nick Dolphins connection together. You're right. You're right.
Andy's on an anti-Nick rant.
Well, that's fair.
Andy wants Nick to be treated like a pioneer-era kid. Seen but not heard.
Oh, that'd be the best.
What, to fire Nick?
No, Andy. No, just a demotion.
No, don't worry. That'll happen here in another month or two.
All right. Well, you guys have a great day. And but anyway, that's all I got. Talk to you guys
Thanks,
later.
Andy.
Bye, Andy.
Bye, Andy.
I love when Nick has an opinion and people are like, stop having your opinions.
I mean, I watched the team.
Yeah, you do. Remember, Nick goes out of his way now to watch games.
I gave him permission not to watch the team.
We're very proud of you,
just to
Nick.
follow his heart and watch the Hawkeyes. I mean, he's going to follow his heart tonight and watch that assy Dolphins game instead of the Lions and the Seahawks.
The ass boys.
I sure am.
Which means you got to tolerate whatever crappy announce crew they're going to have for that game, where we get Joe Buck and Troy Aikman.
Yeah, thank God.
The worst quarterback to ever win 3 Super Bowls.
Fowler, I think. If it's like last week's not doubleheader, it'd be Fowler again. Because he called it last week with who is it?
I have no idea. I watched 0% of
Lewis Riddick and the quarterback who ran out of bounds, Orlovsky.
At the beginning,
no, not Orlovsky. Yeah,
Joe Daly?
No.
The quarterback that ran out of bounds?
Who's the quarterback that's on ESPN, the NFL line? Oh, wait, that's Ryan
Is
Clark.
that one of the former Broncos quarterbacks?
Yes, was it Osweiler? No, maybe it was Orlovsky. I have no idea.
It's got to be your bowl.
Triggered Ryan says 0-2 for sure. Both are. He's an Iowa fan, by the way. So let's all yell at him too.
Go Hawks.
Both are coached well on hot streaks and are proven winners. Nebraska has a hard time scoring right now per John Stat Saturday. The team still can't find a way to close out games. Wow, thanks a lot to your stats, you idiot.
It's not my stat. It's Eckel.
Look at what Ryan can
It's
say
Eckel.
now.
Eckel did it.
Man, ever since we learned
Right
what Eckel is,
I know.
Nebraska's been really bad at it.
Yeah, when I hear Eckel, I think of Ever Eckel. Everlevel, John, the sponsor of the crossover.
I think of Edsel. Remember Edsels, John?
No, I don't. I wasn't
Like
alive
for
then.
art?
No, a car. That's an easel.
Oh, you're right. It's got to be your bowl.
All right, the Scarlet and the Cream.
And black.
We'll go over the good and the bad of the week. And
oh, boy.
What went right? What went wrong?
Nice.
Your turn.
Yours.
It's still 1-0 Braves. A 73% chance of winning right now.
Let's go, Braves!
ESPN. You know what? That graph proved to be really, really bad at its job. Because it just kept going back and forth all day long.
By the way, Severe says I am correct. It is indeed Orlovsky. So enjoy your game tonight.
The only thing I'm really excited for tonight with this game is what new Will Levis picture we're going to get.
That will happen. That will definitely happen.
That's what I'm rooting for.
I hope Will Levis realizes the reason why he sucks at his job is because he likes mayo so much.
Nice. Let's get to the cream team, John.
16-20 in the zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Well, at least we don't have to play the sad one this week.
It's on the air.
If they would have lost, I would have just blown up the happy hour. I would have said it's never happening again.
The happy hour?
Well, probably because by this point in the show, I would have been dead from eating all that mayonnaise. But I guaranteed a Nebraska win. And just because it didn't trend that way in the first half, I was still right. You're welcome, Nebraska. My guarantees are undefeated this year.
How about this news real fast? Some media news coming down.
Now what?
Our dear friend Ralph Rousseau said that yesterday was his last day working for the AP.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, he says it's been an honor to call the AP home for 29 of the last 31 years. I was fortunate to work with great people and great journalists. I was privileged to receive amazing opportunities, including my dream job. And then /? So he's going to continue tweeting. Hope everything's okay for Ralph moving forward.
Did he also mention in there how he's grateful to be a friend of the program?
He did not, Nick. He might have gotten laid off, and you're making jokes.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
Wow.
Well,
unreal.
It didn't have the
Get
tenor.
that caller back on the phone.
It didn't have the tenor of a layoff
Get
tweet.
that caller back on the phone.
Well, it is time for the cream team. But we start with the bad.
It's very nice of us to start with the bad.
We always start with the bad. Here's my Scarlet. These are the red alerts, the Scarlet from this week. Yep, Nebraska's Guy Fieri. Does a great job of traveling the state and showing us different pictures of high schools.
Wait, is this Dan Hoppen?
And his favorite cheeseburgers. No.
Oh.
I think Dan Hoppen could probably coach this special teams about as good as they're getting coached right now. They got a problem. We've already addressed it, so no need to continue to belabor.
It's bad.
Said point.
It's bad, John.
Yeah, it's not good. And oh, by the way, coming into this week, here's one of those areas where Nebraska does not match up well with this team. Did you know that Greg Schiano's teams have blocked 71 kicks and have scored 63 non-offensive touchdowns during his tenure at Rutgers?
Yeah, and what do they have this year? Two blocks?
I believe so.
Yeah. Not good. Not good at all.
The second is the standard run game.
You're talking about the non-Mickey Mouse runs.
I'm talking about the non-gadget plays, the non-speed sweeps, as Matt Rule called them today. Basically a running game that involves a running back running what we would call a normal running play. Listen, I mean, if you can get the yards however you can get them, right? And I'm not saying I want to see less Ja'Cory Barney. I like watching him.
Is your
but
concern?
I don't think that is a sustainable plan moving. At some point, Nebraska's got to be able to push the line of scrimmage, move the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, your concern is not how they are gaining the yards. It's the ability for them to continue gaining yards like that. He had 4 carries for 66.
He did, and that's why they were able to reach the 155 plan that I had brought up in Friday's Key Party. Yeah. But the Nebraska running back run game right now. Now, for the season, it's averaging 4.8 yards a carry. That's between the top 4 running backs, Johnson's, Dowdell, and Irvin, which is good.
Yeah.
But some of that inflated a bit by the early games like Colorado and UTEP.
By the way, he's going to the Athletics, so everything's okay.
Okay.
Good for Ralph. Awesome.
But in the Purdue game, the standard running game, 23 carries, 84 yards, 3.6 yards a carry. It's not good.
You want me to read another tweet from Michael or text from Michael where he disagrees with you?
Well, go ahead.
Michael says, jet motion and speed sweeps are not a sustainable method of offense. Signed Oregon for about 10 years.
Yeah, but is that what Nebraska wants to be? Is that what they're going to do?
Say this.
Outside of Ja'Cory Barney, who else is going to run those plays? And
well, this year, probably nobody.
Listen, at some point, right, you have to be able to run. You have to have your running backs do something, right? And it's just the last couple of games has been.
I don't mind if it's Mickey Mouse if it works, but I'm with you. My concern is that I just don't know if it's going to be sustainable.
The next item, Heckle the Eckle.
Nice.
Our new favorite stat.
No,
not today. We don't like the stat today, John.
So if you would have taken out the kneel down at the end of regulation in the Illinois game, because it's not really a drive.
Yeah.
Nebraska went 8 straight drives from the end of the Illinois game through the first half of the Purdue game. 8 straight drives where they drove the ball inside the opponent's 40-yard line.
Gross.
and came away with 0 points.
Gross.
In fact, they were able to drive, of those 8 drives, 6 of them were inside the opponent's 30. 2 of them got inside the red zone.
Don't say Tua.
2 of them.
Oh, sounds like Tua. Poor Nick.
But 8 straight drives, you got inside the 40-yard line. So when we look later this week at the Eckel, when we compare the teams, Nebraska's Eckel is going to go down because it was not good. Now, second half, again, it got better. But this has been, finishing drive rate. Michael talks about it all the time, but finishing drive rate, when you get into scoring territory, man, you got to come away with points.
You definitely do.
You got to average more than 4 points on these types of drives to be a good team, and Nebraska hasn't done that consistently enough. That has to get better. Because imagine.
You point out 3.9 points per drive. 4 points is average. 4.5 is where you need to be.
You're looking at 6 drives against Purdue. Purdue, not a good football team.
Mm-hmm.
Where you were in scoring territory and came away with nothing. 3 times you punted. 3 times you punted. Getting inside the 40. So it wasn't just the missed field goals. So that's something that's got to improve. The arm tackles. Yes, Nebraska did good on Saturday, stopping the run. And maybe I was just a little more sensitive to it. I don't know. But it did seem like there were a couple of times where there was some whiffs where there shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
So I put it on here. Hopefully that's just maybe me just being oversensitive to watching for it. And then the discipline. Matt Rule disagreed. He didn't think it was a discipline issue. But, man, you can't have 80, 90 yards in penalties and win a lot of these games. Or at least cost yourself in these spots.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like seeing those. So those are my Scarlets this week.
First one for me. I mean, we don't need to belabor the point. The special teams, third phase of the game, is just so bad. It is just atrocious. I hate watching it. NU's ability to run, but with an asterisk. The first part of the asterisk would be the Mickey Mouse stuff, because that is working. And the second part would be Emmett Johnson. I get to him in a moment. But, I mean, the traditional run game otherwise was most definitely a struggle in this football game. Dowdell averaged just 2.3 yards per carry. He did have a touchdown. 9 carries, though, for 21 yards. Ramir Johnson, 5 for 9. So, then maybe I should have had Emmett Johnson on my cream team, but I will talk about him individually just with this section for a moment. He is averaging 8.3 yards per carry. He had 6.3 versus Purdue. He only has 21 carries on the year. I do not think that is sustainable. I do not think that him rushing for 8.3 yards per carry is sustainable. I think that he has earned, though, certainly an opportunity to have more than 8 carries in a game. I think that he is consistent. I think he has better vision. I think that he is the better overall back. I think that there is a time and a place for Dowdell, certainly. I think that Emmett Johnson, but I feel like I've been a little bit more bullish on Emmett Johnson his entire time at Nebraska. I don't think that he is an all-conference player. I don't even think he's a third-team all-conference player, but he is solid enough that he should get more carries, mainly because I want to see what the offense looks like with him. So I would go with that. Third part of the Scarlet, thank you very much. I'm talking about third downs, and I'm talking about third downs on both sides of the ball. Now, offense has been good this year, so I'm not saying that everything is horrible right now. But this segment can be about sounding the alarm just a little bit, right? Mm-hmm. They were 1 for 8, which is 12.5%. Overall in the year, they're at 45.8%. So they're doing a solid job. The defense, though, I think is a consistent thing to be concerned about.
They're 82nd in the country.
They're 82nd in the country. Thank you very much. 39.7% now is where that number is at. They gave up over 50% last week versus Illinois. It was at 46.7 this week versus Purdue. That's one of the spots that they just have to get better at. They have to get better at getting off the field. Last year they were middle of the pack. I believe they were slightly inside of the top 50. It was really bad in the losses. It was really good in the wins. This year it's just been kind of bad straight up. And so that's something that they need to get going. So special teams, ability to run the football outside of a couple of bright spots, and then third downs. And again, offense, this isn't me trying to be a negative Nelly. It's just more of a do better next time.
It's gene creaming time.
It's cream in your jeans.
No, Rick, you need to say something different. Something on your own.
You're gonna cream.
Here's the cream team. Here's my cream team this week. Oh, look. Well, first of all, I should say this. Just assume at this point that Dylan is here. Okay.
I love you.
So unless it's something like uber specific with Dylan, I'm not going to mention him anymore in this segment because it's
is
just
that a shot across the bow for my cream team?
No, not at all.
Interesting.
No, not at all.
Interesting.
Ja'Cory Barney again. Love watching him.
He is good.
Love watching him, and certainly he got things going early on, and that's
I love you.
That's why I was encouraged, going, man, if this is what they're doing now, imagine when they start to hammer and tong these guys. Didn't really work out as well as I had hoped.
No.
Once again, Mr. Bullock. I don't know what the rest of the cream of the crop is and linebackers is in this league, but man, if John Bullock doesn't get some all-conference recognition based on what he's done so far, if this keeps up, ooh.
That was nice. It was a nice performance.
Nice to see to get him get rewarded yet again. Another pick six for the Big Red.
Yeah.
And then the screens and the dump-offs. Now, here's something specific to Dylan. It's fun to watch this part of the game be a safety valve that you can go to when you aren't running the ball well, or if you need to make a play, or if you're backed up at 2nd and 28 because your coach has a temper and was fighting for you.
Wow.
That you can run a play like that and get a first down.
Along those lines, before this season, for a while, the screen game was, of course, a net negative. But they only really used it as like a play to run. Whereas now, and you added the dump-off component of this, that is where it's a game changer because it's like this last thing, and it's like, let's go to them, and they can pick up some yards.
Exactly.
Oh, it's so nice to see. It really is.
That's my cream team.
All right, I'm going to cream. And
it's gene creaming time.
Yeah, sorry, I will start with Dylan Raiola. Just look at his stat line.
It's gene creaming time.
Dude, what are we talking about here? This is he is so much fun to watch. I wish he would have thrown the ball away on the sack that he took. And how much of what happened was him being smart and trying to draw pass interference plays versus how much of him, like, I just want to see him let him rip. And this isn't about being negative, though. This is about him, him being on the cream team. I'm sorry.
It's gene
Throw it
creaming
longer,
time.
Dylan, but you're really good otherwise. Barney again. I love you. Did you see this, John? He only played 27 snaps on Saturday. He had 6 touches in those 27 snaps, which is not even a quarter, 94 yards. I want to continue to see them do this on non-Mickey Mouse plays, but he is just a wonderful weapon for them to have on offense. The other one, ball protection. Hit on this with, no pun intended, with the cream team.
It's gene creaming time.
Hit on this with Jack earlier in our first hour of the show. Nebraska, 3 turnovers on the year. Just 3. That is tied for 15th best in the country.
That's
for the
really
second
good.
time in 4 games, they did not lose the ball a single time. A lot of our conversation throughout the offseason centered around, imagine if they just didn't shoot themselves in the foot 100 times a game. They're not doing it. And PFF graded Raiola as having 0 turnover-worthy plays. So it's not even like, oh, they're getting away with them. No, they're holding on to the ball, and they're not throwing interceptions. And if they keep this up, like special teams, problem. This, though, is the other end of that spectrum. So if they can continue holding on to the football, they're going to have a chance on a lot of these games. Now, I don't know how Nick is going to make screens, dump-offs, and ball protection a part of the new cream team graphic.
That's not my problem.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing what he does.
Whatever it'll be, and I'll have a lot of outlines.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hokisker says, so wait a minute. You're going to nitpick or K-N-I-T? Is that how you do nitpick? I thought nitpick was just N-I-T.
I think it's just NIT.
Anyway.
Yeah.
On jet sweeps and touch passes, but you're good with screens? I don't understand this point.
Well, because he adds, love how they bash on Mickey Mouse plays, but they love Ja'Cory, and that's how he makes his money. The issue isn't
The issue isn't that they're running them and that they can run them. The issue is that's the only way they're able to get any kind of running game going.
Yeah, and by the way,
that's the problem.
Do not take Mickey Mouse does not have to be a total negative. It's college football.
Yeah, he's a very popular person.
Tennessee, that too.
Mouse.
Tennessee. Yes, he's not a person. He is indeed a mouse. It does say it in the name. Tennessee has a Mickey Mouse offense, and they use it to great success. So do not view this as a negative. The issue is, can they rely on running the ball that way? They had 160 rushing yards. He had over a third of those. I just don't know if that is going to be able to be sustainable.
That's not sustainable.
I'm sorry,
that's
wrong.
not sustainable. You need more from the running backs. You need more from them for this whole thing to work. Remember, this was one of the biggest questions we had coming into the season. Can Nebraska move the ball in the run game without the quarterback being an integral part of it?
Yeah.
And so far, the answer to that question has not come up rosy.
No, it definitely hasn't. That said, again, I do want to.
I'm not saying I don't want to see these plays anymore, or you can't run these plays until you establish another facet of your run game. It's more a component of, because I can see a lot of people looking at the numbers saying, well, didn't you say you wanted to see 150 yards and 5 yards of carry?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The only reason they got there was because of Barney.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not.
That's it.
This is not me being old school run the ball guy either. This is not. They need to establish run with running backs. No, I'm just worried that they can't do it. Period.
Right.
And eventually,
that's the point.
if you can't do it, I think that it is going to become predictable. But he's also really fast and really agile, and so maybe you and I.
Oh, absolutely. I want to see Barney get the ball.
Jordan says, "I will laugh if it actually is sustainable." Hey, I will too, man. If I end up being wrong about this, I'm happy to come back on the air and say, "Sweet,
of course,
badass. He's really good." I just don't think that it will be sustainable. But if he does it against Rutgers and leads them to a win, shout out Barney.
Sure. If you can make it work, yeah, you do what it is you can, but at some point you got to be able to, can you imagine running a 4-minute offense, trying to grind clock or whatever, and the only ability you have to run the ball is jet sweeps? At some point, teams get wise to that. And you would think, hey, we're stretching the field, we're getting eyes moving and all this other stuff, that it would free things up in the middle. It doesn't.
Yeah. Again,
at least it hasn't yet.
Again, could end up being way wrong on this.
Sure.
Could end up being way wrong on this.
But the numbers right now tell a different story.
Scott says, did that guy seriously say screens are Mickey Mouse plays? Screens are just core parts of an offense, a part we've been terrible at for years.
I guess the analogy to this would be,
screens are Mickey Mouse
this
plays.
is the only way you can pass the ball is by throwing screens and dump-offs. Well, obviously, that's not the case. Nebraska can throw it in a variety of different ways.
Hey, remember they did
They're
that?
Very good at it.
They did that in 2007, and it was a problem for the offense. Marlon Lucky had 75 catches or whatever it was, but it was a negative that was the majority of their offense. You need to have other spots of the offense that are sustainable, because then when you run the jet sweeps or whatever you do, like Michael brought up Oregon's offense, why that worked wasn't just because Thomas was super, super fast or something. No, it's because they could also run up the gut. They had a great blocking scheme.
Sure they
and
did.
so when they did that, it was just like, we don't know what we're going to defend on this play. If that became this like predictable element of the offense, I mean, they're not going to get to play Purdue every week. They're going to have Ohio State. They're going to have Iowa,
they're not going to get to play
Purdue
Purdue
every
every
week.
week.
They're going to have Indiana, et cetera, et cetera. USC?
I mean,
USC, how about their second half defense? 2 weeks in a row, their second half defense showed the F up. This time they held Wisconsin to a goose egg, but USC's defense is very much improved. Very much improved. I just don't think that will be sustainable. But again, happy to be wrong.
By the way, I'm just going to look this up because I need it for my own edification. Purdue's defense, according to
it's bad.
K Ford.
Negative, horrible.
Purdue's defense is rated 100th.
On running?
No, defense overall.
Okay.
UCLA, who will likely be the easiest team left on the schedule, their defense 69th.
Nice. What does Wisconsin rank?
Wisconsin's defense.
You're probably going the wrong way. Yeah, you got to go that way.
No, because they're at the bottom. Wisconsin's defense 39th.
Yeah, because Jordan says, Wisconsin sucks. Not the defense. I mean, it's not as good as it has been, but 39th is better than Purdue's.
Right.
39th is way better than Purdue's.
All right. Still to come. Gosh, I don't know if we're going to have enough time. We'll have to wait tomorrow to hear from Matt Rule. Well,
Nick did all that work for you.
We probably should address the Micah Mazuka stuff.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Sounds good.
1620 The Zone.
Screen door.
What about a screen door?
You want to know how I was going to put screens on the cream team?
Yeah.
Screen door.
A screen door.
Hmm.
That works for me. I can do that. By the way, congratulations. Bama's #1 again. It's been so long. It's like, this is This is like when Saban got them turned around. It was like, man, isn't it kind of cool that Alabama's back at the top again? Before we all started getting annoyed by Alabama being up top. It's been so long since we've seen Alabama near the top of our fine sport. And now here they are once again after what was just an insanely entertaining game.
Yeah.
Especially in the last quarter.
Yeah, I hate that Kalen DeBoer has made me. Well, first of all, they're playing Georgia, so I was rooting for Bama, in general. But I don't like that he makes them fun. Their offense is fun.
Well, they were fun at times under Saban.
Yeah, but not a whole lot of times.
Quite a few times. They had great. Look at all the great receivers look at all those great Alabama quarterbacks, like the ones playing in Carolina right now. Just a lot of I thought they were fun.
After the race on Saturday, we went to the Boiler Room downtown Lincoln. And they had it on, not on a TV near me. It was kind of at a weird corner, so I was straining my eyes just to watch the last quarter of it.
It was ridiculous.
It was cool.
It was ridiculous. Yeah. I'll have some stuff on that game tomorrow when we visit the market.
Mm-hmm.
I was falling asleep on Saturday, and both of the takes came to my mind.
Wow, you were falling asleep during the games.
No,
I can't believe it.
When I went to bed after the game, John, you jerk.
Can't believe it.
You monster.
I knew you didn't like
you
football.
Monster.
But, hey, what am I going to do? What are we all going to do? Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Looked like they were on a roll.
Yeah.
And then they weren't.
Yeah.
SC fired back. What'd they score? 28 straight unanswered? Is that right? 28 straight unanswered in the second half?
Yeah.
They were down 21-10 at the break.
Yes.
So there's your first Big Ten win. Congrats.
Mm-hmm.
How much of the Penn State-Illinois game did you see?
I saw quite a bit of it. It was obviously second TV'd the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the start from him, Illinois, was really, really good. And then after that, both teams just kind of held serve.
They did. I mean, that Penn State's, I don't mean to discredit Illinois because they did come into Lincoln and beat Nebraska, but I can't wait to see how they are sustainable against the Ohio States. Because it never felt to me, even though it was relatively close. I mean, it was only a 14-point spread, and for a while there, it was only a 7-point game, but I never felt that they were threatened badly.
No, but I know exactly what you mean about Penn State. You watch them and you think,
they can run the ball.
Yeah, congrats on the victory, but they are not.
And it's a good defense.
Just don't think that they're in the same class as Ohio State. But I'll be honest, I don't really know if anybody in the conference is. We'll see. Oregon has played one fewer. I guess they played the same amount of games actually as Ohio State. So, we're going to learn a lot about both of these teams over the next couple of weeks. Ohio State, a fun debate is who has the best true freshman wide receiver, Ohio State or Alabama. Because what Jeremiah Smith continues to do, the catch that he had on the sidelines, I think it was the one right before the half, right? The one-handed catch. Just really good stuff. But yeah, Penn State is going to win a lot of games because they have more talent than almost everybody on their schedule.
And outside of the couple of tough ones they have, it's a very manageable schedule.
Yeah, but right now at the top of the SEC, people, they're number one in the country now, so it's probably Alabama. A lot of people would also argue for Texas, and then of course, and then
Tennessee.
But I was going to say, and then it's like Georgia, Tennessee, and some order. It's like, even you start getting down to third and fourth and fifth place teams in that conference, and you're like, man, those teams are really, really good. Big Ten, it's just not the case.
No,
we believe in Ohio State. I believed in Oregon coming into the year. I think we're about to get some good data points on them, and then after that, I think it is a sizable drop off. Unless Indiana's going to pile up wins, I just don't. Maybe this is just me looking at helmets and logos. I just don't see it being sustainable to that degree for the entire season.
And the Big 12 is now upside down. And folks, I'm going to just warn you right now, get ready. You hear that in the background? Yep.
What's that?
That's the prime choo-choo train. It's firing back.
Hey, you said it last week, man. You said it last week that they were going to go to a bowl game, and they
but I didn't think they'd win this game.
Dude, they whooped them.
I didn't think they'd win this game. I still thought they were going to get to a bowl, but I didn't think it was because they were going to win this game.
I'll spin this as a positive for you. Nebraska beat them, so it looks better.
Sure. Oh yeah, absolutely. This is if you're fine with hearing about nonstop prime, even though the TV numbers have been down, It doesn't take much in this country to get people all fired up again. So don't be surprised.
Are you back in on the Buffs?
No. I'm saying don't be surprised if we get
John is in
more.
the buff.
If we get more inundated with Colorado and Swiss Family Sanders.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden they're 2-0 in the conference, and right now, according to K Ford, they have let's see, where's the latest one? Colorado is now, their projected wins are better than Nebraska's. 7.6. Now, granted, they don't have as tough a schedule as Nebraska, but that's where their projected wins are right now, is 7.6.
Interesting. Good stuff. Bad stuff if you hate them, but good stuff. Those
you
are
know
good
it'd be
numbers.
awesome? Be awesome if Iowa State could win.
There you go.
Travis for the clones.
This is away from the national stuff, but Travis says not to be too much of a positive boy here, but Nebraska scored a lot of second half points against Purdue, which was a point of concern previously discussed on the Grum last week. Yeah, they came into the game with 30. They scored 28.
But they had 0 in the first
half. Hey, he said positive. Look at it from the positive perspective.
See, but it does speak to the larger issue. Nebraska still has yet to put together, and I know that first game is a little weird because you're playing a well-overmatched team, and Matt Rule played 100 different guys. But we have not come away from a game yet this year where you're like, man, they were dominating from first to first quarter to end.
Yeah. The only bone I would pick would be to argue for UTEP, but I know they didn't play well in the fourth, but I also didn't care because they scored on their first drive of the third quarter.
Yeah, they didn't need to. They could call off the dogs.
Yeah. Leaving that one and having any concern about the second half, in my opinion, was stupid. Colorado, it's understandable. Northern Iowa was what it was, and of course we know what happened against Illinois. Yeah, they haven't put together a 4-quarter game. Now, look, I also think that putting together a 4-quarter game in sports is impossible these days. Alabama didn't put together a 4-quarter game. They almost lost. Georgia didn't put together a 4-quarter game. They also almost lost. It's just way too difficult. But I know what you mean. They just haven't put together 4 quarters where it's just like, that's some damn good football.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking about 28, but just more like, they scored a touchdown here, 10 points there, a couple touchdowns here, and then another touchdown in the final. They haven't done that.
It doesn't feel like they were totally engaged or locked in the whole time.
Yeah. This will be a fascinating one. This will be a fascinating one versus Rutgers on Saturday.
So there's a little bit of everything else that happened in college football.
Well, more from Jordan. Matt Rule has been above 500 on the season for 8 weeks after 1.5 seasons. Frost was above 500 for 1 whole week during his 5 years here. There you go. People say that there's not progress happening. That can't be true. Jordan, that can't be true.
Because they went 4-8 in their first season.
Yeah, so but the next year they went 1-0, and then they lost, and then they went 2-1, and then they went 3-1, and then they lost, and then they went 4-2. So never mind.
Yeah.
Ignore that. Never mind.
Frost's career record in Lincoln was never above 500.
His final 3 years, they never got above 500. No, wait, they did in 2021. I think they got to 2-1, and then everything went off the rails.
Yes.
So never mind. Jordan, you liar! You liar! You liar!
We would be remiss before we go to break. Dikembe Mutombo passed away today.
Dude, I saw this news.
I was shocked. I didn't know he was sick.
I had no idea either. It made me so. I was walking into my apartment and I had my phone and I got the notification and I was like, that's such a bummer. He was such just had a wonderful personality.
Oh, tremendous personality. Of course, his ability to laugh at himself, the whole wagging his finger all the time.
Yeah.
It was just, he's just a tremendous player. I mean, he was a 4-time defensive player of the year.
Yeah.
He's got a number retired with 2 different franchises. And when you think about him, you either think about the finger wag or him laying on the ground, gripping the ball and laughing and smiling.
He's smiling
as the Nuggets knocked off the top seed Sonics.
Nice memory, John. Yeah, that was.
Well, it's an indelible image.
That was the first 8 over the 1, right?
Yes,
yeah,
I believe so.
Yeah,
it was an indelible image.
He was
just it was like symbolic of a major upset.
Yeah, and so
you don't normally see in the NBA.
58, right? Is that how old he was? Man, brain cancer.
Awful
news.
Thoughts and prayers certainly for the friends and family and fans, family and fans of Dikembe Mutombo.
You said fans twice, but
fans, family, and friends.
There we go.
Fans, friendly, whatever.
When you hear your family,
there's too many F words.
There are indeed, John. Before we get to content, here's a kind of a question that we sometimes ask in content. Josh asks, if the Braves hold on to win this game, will we see the first ever double celebration on the field? Mets batter strikes out to end it, and their bench rushes out to celebrate. 2 dog piles. That'd be awesome. No, we'll see 2 celebrations in the dugout or in the locker rooms. The celebration! They'll both be spraying champagne.
You know what would be
I
fun?
would love a double dog pile. That would be tremendous.
That would be funny.
2 hot pies.
I would like it if they would just all congregate in the clubhouse, the same clubhouse together, and just share the beer and the champagne.
That would be, that's a great idea.
They say, no, comrade, our champagne.
I like it.
And then they can cut away to different visuals of the Arizona Diamondbacks packing up their bags for the year.
Oh, yeah, they should have a camera on them like in March Madness when you find out you didn't make it to the tournament.
I'm sure there are many, many people in Arizona right now gathered at Chase Field or whatever they call that place now with the roof panels falling in on them, watching this game right now on their big screen, hoping and praying for a Mets comeback. But right now they're down. Still only 1-0. So it's not like the Braves are walking away.
Very close game.
So at least the Mets can't say
close.
Either these two teams are doing a nice job of kayfabing us.
Nice.
Or the Braves are having a problem here against the Mets, theoretically not trying. But remember, we said this earlier. If the Mets win this, they don't have to go to Milwaukee, where they went 1-5 against the Brewers this year.
So they would
played better against the Padres. They went 5-2 against the Padres, and they would play the Padres if they win. So if you're thinking matchup-wise, this would still behoove the Mets to try and win this game.
Yeah, for sure.
There's too many NL West teams in the playoff.
They're the SEC of Major League Baseball,
Are they?
some people say.
Who's their Ole Miss then?
Who's their Ole Miss?
They lost to Kentucky.
Well, that would be Shohei.
Oh, you stop it. He's in the playoffs already.
Speaking of Shohei, he comes up today in content.
Oh.
Nice.
It's a very sad day for the Shohei. What, you guys need a nickname for your little cult.
They're called Showbays.
You wanted it, John. You did this
John,
to yourself.
No,
I didn't want
He
a
should have a
stupid
nickname. Nick gives him a nickname.
No, I didn't
Facepalm.
that's the nickname. That I didn't come up with this. This is a thing. It's been a thing.
The Showbay Boys.
The Showbays.
I like it. All right, let's get to content, John.
They're like the Swifties of baseball.
I can't do this.
Let's get to content, John. John, we got to go to content. 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content.
Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Show. Now what?
Rashee Rice.
Oh.
It's done for the season with a torn ACL. How does this change your view of the 4-0 Chiefs?
Well, I'm starting to wonder if maybe Patrick Mahomes was brought here to sabotage us.
If you didn't see the play that Rice got hurt on, it was after an interception, and they were trying to tackle the defender, and Rice and the defender and Mahomes all arrived at the same spot at the same time, and Rashee Rice, stop me if you've heard this headline before, got the wrong end of a collision. And now he's done for the season.
Yeah. Bad. No, you didn't answer the question.
No.
Well, here's the thing. The Chiefs have now made the transition from being a team that beats you because of Mahomes and an out-of-this-world offense to a team that now beats you with defense and an occasional Patrick Mahomes saves the day type drive or series of plays, whatever the case may be. I mean, it's strange, but it's working. Now, will it continue to work against the better teams? Because now it did beat the Ravens, and we'll talk about the Ravens in a little bit, but this is it is fascinating to see how the personality of this team and the way they win games feels very different now than it did just a few short months ago.
So last year, they lost on Christmas Day to the Raiders. And then after that, they won their final 2 games of the regular season by 8 points, by 1 point. They won their postseason games by 19-3, 7-3 in overtime. And they have now won their first 4 games of the season by 7-1, 5-7. Only one win in there by double digits.
Crazy.
I heard the stat earlier today. I think it's like 60. It's 60-something points that they've won these games by over the course of 10 games. So it's an average of less than a touchdown. And the only reason it's that big is because of the cold Dolphins game.
Mm-hmm.
I was less bullish on them than most people coming into the season, and I'm going to remain there moving forward. I think that they're going to put together a good record. I mean, they already are at 4. Some of the teams like New Orleans, remember like 2 weeks ago when we were like, wow, New Orleans, Kansas City, what a Monday night game that'll be. That doesn't seem as good anymore. 49ers have a lot of injury concerns. But, Tampa, Buffalo, Houston, who looks kind of mid right now too. Like all those teams are on their schedule. So I think they'll still be good, but they're a little bit worse, but in the end, they have Mahomes. And if they turn it on in the postseason again, then none of this matters.
What will really be interesting is if the defense, if they can't ride their defense, and if it turns into a game where a team is able to move the ball on them, can the Chiefs respond in kind? I mean, Rice became such a huge part of this offense because he was so reliable and could do so many different things. And now not to have that.
Yeah, they're losing weapons.
And with the injuries at running back.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough, but hey, this will challenge arguably the best brain trust in the National Football League.
Indeed it will. Indeed it was.
Jaden Daniels and the team with the coolest alternate jersey in the NFL, Washington Commanders,
Lord,
have an offense that's been close to unstoppable the last 2 games. Daniels has gone 47 for 53 and 487 yards as they put up 80 points and moved to 3-1. Are they the favorite to win the toughest division in football?
Excellent. No, because they're not in the NFC West.
Excellent job, Nick, by calling the NFC East the toughest division in football. So, most people would probably say, yes, they are their favorite to win the division, right? You know what's odd? If you go to FanDuel and you hit up the division odds for the NFC East right now, here are the current odds.
Okay.
Eagles plus 105. Cowboys plus 230. Commanders plus 290.
Wow.
Isn't that so? It's like, what are we missing? Because they've looked way better than the Cowboys, way better than the Eagles. They have an offense that looks competent.
But are they the Saints? Were the Saints 2 weeks ago were
excellent point.
Is that what this is? But you can't argue with. I mean, I watched a lot of this game yesterday, the Commanders and the Cardinals.
Yeah.
And I mean, they could not be stopped. No. Daniels has the best completion percentage to start a season in NFL history. Better than Brady's great 2007. All of those best 4-game start completion percentage-wise in NFL history.
It's ridiculous, man.
They're a fun team to watch.
They are. I can't believe it.
They have not been a fun team to watch since the 90s.
Wow. It's been a while, some would say.
It's been a while. Last week on a podcast, Josh.
Oh, double speed.
Baker Mayfield. Well, no, this is probably normal people listening at normal speed.
All right.
Baker Mayfield said of his arrival in Tom Brady's old Bucs locker room, he had everybody dialed in, high-strung environment, so I think everyone was pretty stressed out. They wanted me to come in, be myself, bring the joy back to football for guys who weren't having as much fun. Brady said on the Fox broadcast that he wasn't there to run a daycare, and if he wanted to have fun, he'd go to Disney World with his kids. After the game, here was Baker.
I think a lot of that got taken out of context. None of it was personal by any means. It's just, what he demanded of the guys, and that's the aura of Tom Brady, and that's what he did to bring a championship here. And so, nothing personal, but talking before the game, he's obviously happy for me, and he knows the guys, so he knows how much I enjoy throwing to Mike and Chris because he got to do the same, and so it's fun to be able to, talk about the same experiences with a guy like that.
Who's right?
Did you hear the audio from the pod? Because I can't speak to that.
I didn't hear it. I mean, Nick read the quote.
Yeah.
I mean, they're both right in a way. The thing about Brady is that he was all business all the time.
Yes.
It was not about, S's and G's in the locker room because that's what worked for Brady.
And you know what?
For a Joe Montana, they would joke around. He'd call his wife on the phone from the sidelines during a game. I mean, it was a little more loose. Different guys are wired in different ways, but it can still result in excellence if you're putting in the work. It's just that Brady is such an obsessive over it that's what worked for him. And so I understand where Baker was coming from in saying that, hey, yeah, guys were kind of, and also remember, part of this was Baker coming into that locker room in the aftermath of Brady.
Thank you. That was the point that I was going to make, is that it's one thing if people were saying that after they won the Super Bowl, it's like, then you're an idiot, like sacrifice and get it done. The end of it, that was a tiring season. Brady bailed on that team, remember, in the preseason to whether save his marriage or have one more hurrah, all family together. It makes sense to me that by that point, everybody in the organization, thought that his act had worn a little thin.
It's Luis Arias, right?
Luis Arias.
Luis Arias went 1 for 3 yesterday to clinch the National League batting title like a bully to deny goated MLB record-breaking superstar Shohei Ohtani.
Read the words you wrote.
Let's boo Luis Arias, who also had the lowest batting average to win an NL batting title since 1988.
That's the crazy part to me is, like, I remember earlier this year, because I'm not of baseball like you and Nick are, and I was looking at stats, and I was like, wait, this is good? Having a 270 is a good batting average in baseball now? What has happened to the game that I never loved but did enjoy at one point in time? Yeah, I know. I was being a little
pitching.
I know! It's pitching!
It's pitching.
I just want to thank Luis Arias.
You're such a freak.
For stopping the what did you call them? The obays, whatever.
Show bays.
The show bays.
Yeah, John, you idiot.
From sucking all the oxygen out of the room.
You're such an idiot.
They're the Swifties of baseball.
That is not a compliment.
Nice.
There's no more overrated team in college football right now than number 10 Michigan, and they probably should share that rating with the Big Ten officiating staff who called Minnesota offside on their successful onside kick. In a weekend of awful officiating, where does this rank?
Pretty high. We've got a still frame for you for those watching it on the stream. At the moment the ball is kicked, the onside, and they called offside. Nobody is offside. You can have your head over the line, but even then it's not.
Well, Nick asked, in a weekend of awful officiating, where does this rank? It ranked so poorly that the Big Ten is now modifying its officiating protocol for onside kicks after the ending. They put out a statement within the last 20 minutes, effective immediately. The Big Ten has been approved by the NCAA to implement a modified officiating mechanic that will allow the conference to change the manner in which it officiates onside kicks by positioning the line judge and headline judge on the kicking team's restraining line, thereby putting multiple officials in the best position to consistently make the correct judgment.
Where was this last season?
Where was this? Yes. Why wasn't it this way before? I mean, if it's that important to know if someone's offsides or not, why don't you have people there?
So let me read this other part, though, of the statement. Officiating infractions or offside infractions are not reviewable plays. Why? You could review a normal offside, could you not?
I don't.
I feel like you should be able to.
It's never been. I don't think it is.
That's stupid. I think you should be able to review that. So I think that everybody's acting dumb.
Finally, did anyone watch the season premiere of the 50th year of Saturday Night Live?
Boo!
And the return of Dana Carvey playing Joe Biden. Was it not as funny as usual?
We've been on the air for almost 4 hours, and we haven't talked about the Miami-Virginia Tech game. So we're going to waste time talking about garbage SNL. That's how you wanted to end this?
Somebody teased it during the crossover.
You did tease it. No.
Well, but we did kind of address it in the crossover. Check the crossover.
I think I'll say this. Dana Carvey nails the arm hand thing for Biden. It's incredible when he does the listen here, Jack type. He's very good at that. But that's all I
mean, it wasn't funny. All right, Miami, Virginia Tech.
Yeah, give me your take.
Go.
They got the call wrong live, and then I was stunned that they overturned it because there was, in my opinion, I did think that he dropped it. I do think that they got it right in the end. I just think that they took the backwards way of doing so.
Agreed.
All right, never mind. I guess we didn't have to debate too much about it.
Well, I mean,
debate me.
It never looked like anyone ever caught the ball.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that they called it a touchdown.
I couldn't either.
And because some people said, well, they did that so then they could review it. It's the last play of the game, and as you pointed out on Twitter, college football can review whatever play they want.
Exactly.
So they didn't need to call it a touchdown.
This is the fallacy with what replay has done to officiating. It has made them, let's just let the play go because it might have been a fumble, instead of actually adjudicating the game and then letting replay correct anything that's that's correctable. If you're adjudicating the game, just saying, well, we'll just let anything go because replay will save us, you might get a situation like this where it appeared very obvious to me that no one ever controlled the ball, and certainly no one from Virginia Tech controlled the ball without being out of bounds.
Yeah.
In the end zone.
I cannot believe they called it a catch live. I was stunned that they called it a catch, and then I was as stunned when they reversed it, even though, again, I thought that was the right call.
I did too.
He did not catch the ball. Miami should have won the game. Both fan bases, if they would have gotten the call against them, and in this case it's Virginia Tech, both fan bases would have had a gripe. But sadly for Virginia Tech,
if it would have been called on the field, no catch,
they would have upheld it as no catch.
I don't think people would have as much heartburn about it.
I agree, because the rule is always there needs to be irrefutable video evidence, and there was not.
See, this is the fallacy of college replay.
Very wild.
What's for dinner?
Oh, let's do it.
On 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, it is leftovers night because there's plenty of leftovers in the house. There's still some leftover taco meat.
Still got those ribs?
Which means some. No, that was a month and a half ago. Had some good soup yesterday. Soup and sandwiches.
Big bags of soup.
Tears in their eyes.
Oh yeah.
It was it was like a tomato, creamy tomato tortellini.
I'm out on tomato soup.
That is a terrible, terrible, terrible take.
Never liked
Nick,
it.
I stand with you. Good
tastes
take.
bad.
Well, you hate soup anyway.
No, I'm in on soup now.
I love soup.
I told you this last winter. I told you this over the winter.
If you think about it, gravy's just meat soup.
Nice. Yeah, I'm in on soup now, John. I'm in on soup. What do you want me to say? I don't know what I'm having. We're changing the plans over the course of the last hour or so I don't know what we're doing.
Oh, Josh is going to be all out of kilter because he's had these plans made for 6 months.
No, we had plans made for a few hours, and then we decided to punt on those plans.
Wings sound good.
Oh, hell yeah, they do, Nick.
Why don't you have some canned tuna in honor of the Dolphins getting eaten up tonight? Tuna and mayonnaise, tuna salad. You got Mayo Boy on one side and the Dolphins on the other.
I don't like tuna salad. I don't like tuna. Tuna's gross.
I don't like it either.
Gets everywhere.
But isn't that the perfect thing to eat for the ass game of the year?
Hard to argue with that, John.
It's
Hard
the
to argue with that.
sicko game of the year, John.
Which of our stations did we relegate this
Oh, yeah,
to?
what did we have on?
1610 the zone.
I think
it's the place to be.
This one will be on
Why don't
1180.
you just scroll down. It probably will tell you.
It doesn't tell you.
Oh, okay.
It won't.
Well, what time is the pregame starting on here?
6:15. So
Okay,
it might be.
So that's your game.
Oh man! So we're putting that the
On the
ass game of the year
mothership?
on the mothership. Meanwhile, 1180 gets the Lions and the Seahawks.
What are you doing, Nick?
Wow!
Aren't you the director of something?
I direct things.
Yeah. Not very well, I guess.
Man, rough look for us. We've been
Yeah.
demoted.
It's a tough look for everybody.
Guess tomorrow this show will be on 1180
Oh.
because it's
wow.
the place to be.
All right, so we have that coming up.
Yeah, exactly. So yes, it's another not doubleheader. I hate these
It's dumb.
Why?
because they're stupid.
Just don't watch.
Well, yeah, but this is stuff that I don't know. It's just dumb.
All right.
It's just dumb.
Okay.
It's called Monday Night Football, not Monday Night Footballs.
I would be if it was an actual doubleheader, sure, but the marketing is so weird.
It is.
You know, it's just the marketing. That's all I have a problem with. Just call it 2 games at the overlapping games.
Call it overlapping games.
I like the not doubleheader. By the way, Braves are up 3-0. Congrats, Braves! You're making the playoffs.
Bye.